It is Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. It's 9 a.m. and all members are present. If you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, you know, it's the invocation. No, we discussed the other day whether or not to even have the invocation, but I'll just say this.
Yes.
May we have open minds and open hearts to make the best decisions for the future of our town. Amen. 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 So LPA members, you'll notice that we have a new item on the agenda, which is approval of the final agenda. And we've put this on here so that if there were an item that someone wanted to pull off the item, or off the agenda, or something, for example, that 150 people were here for, and someone wanted to move it forward, you could also do that under the final agenda. But otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve this final agenda.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion by Don and a second by Jane. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. Next item is an approval of the minutes for April 30th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve those as distributed or with any corrections?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, John, and thank you, Doug. Is there any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is public comment, and this is public comment for something that's not on the agenda. If you're here to speak about a case that we're doing, a variance or the CPD, please wait until that time so your comments will be part of that hearing. Patrick?
Good morning, LPA members.
It's
For the
weird to
record,
see you on that side.
Yes, feels pretty good.
Good.
For the record, my name is
On that side. That's right.
yes.
That's it.
My name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with the neighborhood company. I am here representing the cottage today, and as you know, and I met with every single one of you. We thought that the cottage would be before you today. It was tentatively scheduled. Unfortunately, staff ran out of time and resources to get the review done and get their staff report prepared for the Friday deadline. Obviously, our client was very disappointed, and the biggest concern for them is it sets them back from a timeline standpoint. They want to bring back that iconic venue. They want to get building permits in hand and move forward. But by missing today's LPA meeting, they may miss the June council meeting, and then we have a July break, and that would bring them to August. So this little hiccup has caused them a little hardship and concern. So we talked to staff about maybe how can we address this, how can we resolve this, and through discussions with Jason suggested that perhaps we come before you and petition for an additional LPA meeting this month in May. We checked with the clerk about noticing requirements, and Tuesday the 28th would meet those requirements and would allow for an LPA on that date. So with that said, we would really appreciate having the opportunity to come before you in May. Also, we've been told that there are other applicants that it could also benefit them and allow them to get to town council before the break and get their final approval, or perhaps denial, but approval before they go on break. So thank you for your consideration, and we hope this could be a feasible solution.
Thank you, Patrick. Is there anyone else who wished to make public comment? You notice I'm not calling you by name.
No, I'll tell you my name. Fred Drovlik, for the record. RVI Planning, a certified planner with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. I'm here this morning on behalf of London Bay Development Group and the Outrigger project. We've been in with staff through 2 rounds of comments. The We're working with them, working very hard and diligently to try to move this forward. Similar, timelines like Patrick was saying about his case. There's urgencies to this, particularly when it comes to the council meetings in August, September. There's budget meetings. It gets really clogged up, and then there's election time. So there's a bunch of things working together with that. Plus, it's a fairly complex case. There's a comp plan amendment piece. There is a CPD. There's a lot of conditions. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. So we're here to request, I wish I would have went first. So we're here to request a possible additional meeting in late June because I don't think we'll be able to make that 11th. And the case, I think, is going to take a while to present. There could be a fair amount of public. In order to make this clear, our presentation will probably be an hour to an hour and a half, plus the LPA's questions, possible public input. I think it could be, a morning. So I think it might be best to be dedicated to that project alone for that day. We were thinking of June 25th to get in before the break as a date. That would give also staff the most possible time to complete their work and for us to work with them in getting that moving forward. So that was our thoughts, and that was our request before you this morning, was an additional meeting in June. Sorry about the additional meetings. It's a very busy time, and we appreciate your work and your diligence on this.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Patrick, you can't double dip. You know this.
I'm putting another hat on, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Myers side that is on your agenda. However, we have some people in the audience that came today, and we're hoping to speak before the item because it could take a while. They have other things to do. They understand that it's better typically to speak when the item comes up and is discussed. However, they want to provide some general comments about that project, the property, and their relationship with the owners, and they'd like to speak if they can.
That's
before the
totally
petition.
up to them.
Great.
They
Thank you.
don't want to be part of the record. That's totally up to them. So if you would like to speak now, you're welcome to. Was all that hoopla just for you, Ellen?
One more in the back.
My name is, this is kind of tall. My name is Ellen Vaughn. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I'm even back living on the island at 7500 Estero Boulevard, so I'm thrilled for that. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Myers Side. I've known Beverly and Roland for many years. They've been hoteliers on the island for 10 years before Ian, and I've probably known them for that entire duration. I know them to be very upstanding residents of the city, of the town rather, and that they have been very supportive of many, many activities. They had plans to increase the number of cottages that they had, and all their cottages were washed away. So they came up with a new plan, and I think they're to be applauded for being hoteliers here before the storm that have stood by and come back with a plan that is quite different than what would have been acceptable beforehand. But our world is very different post-Ian. And I think as a town, I'm seeing nods. I think you recognize that. Even with its increased density is still within the boutique hotel range, and I think would set a fine, I don't want to call it a standard or a precedent, but a marker for what will be supported on behalf of people that were here before and choose to stay and want to help this town regrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Is there anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad this is down for me. My name is Becky Weber. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach, and I'm here to speak on behalf of both of the projects you have on the agenda today. First, on the Myers Side project, I think it's great that we have people that had prior businesses that got washed away, as well as homes that got washed away of residents from the island who wish to rebuild our beautiful island. We'll never look like we did, unfortunately. But I really think that the Myers Side project, I love the boutique hotel idea, and I think their project is really lovely in the what I've seen of it, and I fully support that. I'm also really excited that Mike and Dawn Miller have purchased the old Tuckaway property, and they're going to turn it into another wonderful restaurant and place for all of us to hang out. And I'm very supportive of that project too. So I'd like both of these projects to come to fruition like tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, for your comments. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dale Snow. I've been coming to the island for since the early 90s. I've been a resident of the island since 2014. And on a personal basis, I'd like to say that when it comes to Bev and Roland, they are genuinely two of the kindest, caring people that I know. They're very involved in this community. They operate with integrity. Their value proposition is beyond question as far as I'm concerned. When you think about this project, I've seen the plan, and like Becky, I'd like to absolutely see this go forward. Certainly there's a retail component, but there's also the health and wellness component of that. And when you think about the services that are still lacking on this island, you know, that's something that for a 70-year-old's, I'd like to see some of those services back. And so I'm very interested in all of it. And I think it would be important to see this come to fruition as well. I think, too, when you think about, it's been, almost 20 months of help. I mean, for all of us. It's not been easy. We're all learning. The new normal, hopefully, is starting to settle in, whatever that means. But I think, too, what I'm trying to say with that is, given their prior commitment to their commitment to this community is real. It was here before. They stand before you today. I'd like to see this project move forward. And I think the people that couldn't be here today, there are lots of people that could be saying the same things that we have. So thank you much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, we'll close the public comment. And we'll move on to our first public hearing. But things are a little different in this meeting. So please turn your attention to our lovely attorney, Nancy, who is going to explain these new procedures we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you recall, the Town Council recently amended a section in your code that does provide for decisions that this body makes in 3 different types of cases, one being a variance, which you have 3 on your agenda today, a variance, a request for an extension, or some type of documentation that a condition of approval has been satisfied. The Town Council places great trust in the decision and the reviews that the LPA makes, and has delegated the authority to you to constitute final agency action if your decision on one of those 3 items is unanimous. There's also a new opportunity for anyone in the public to request an additional review of something that may have been voted unanimous of one of those 3 items. And they would be required to provide the clerk with a notice that they want to have an additional meeting. In that situation, if it's received within the 10-day period, it would be status quo, and your variance, your request for extension or satisfaction of conditions would then go to the Town Council as we have in the past. So with that said, when the chair reads the title, it'll simply be a resolution to talk about the request that is before you. I do have the notice that I give regarding quasi-judicial hearings, regardless of if they are a variance or any other type of quasi-judicial hearing. So there'll be a new paragraph there. And depending on what your vote is, the form of the resolution that would be approved is going to be a little bit different too, because the resolution form that you have in your packets is typically the one that would go to the Town Council We have prepared a draft in the event that any of the variances on today's agenda are unanimous, that we can go ahead and fill in the blanks for that during the meeting and ask the chair to sign. Again, once the resolution is signed, the decision is made, that would start the 10-day clock. So if anyone wants to request an additional hearing, again, that opportunity would be available. So we will talk a little bit more about this too, I think at the end of the meeting today when we talk about our procedural rules. But thank you for the opportunity to go ahead and give that little highlight. So when things are a little bit different, everyone has a good understanding as to why.
Thank you, Nancy. Would you like to swear everyone in at this point who'd like to speak, or do you want to go through the variance quasi-judicial?
I
script?
think we're back to going through our regular procedure. I would ask that you perhaps announce
The title?
the title, and then we'll go through the process.
Okay, so our first hearing today is VAR 202-40111. It's 5662 and 5664 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution approving or approving with conditions or denying variance 202-40111, which is requesting a variance from Land Development Code 34-1174B to allow an accessory apartment closer to street than the principal building in the RM zoning district for the property located at 5662 and 5664 Estero Boulevard, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I
No?
misunderstood your comment to me. I do want to go ahead and provide the comments to the public and everyone. So basically, you have, I believe, 5 items on your agenda today, 3 of which are variances and 2 of which are rezonings. And variances and rezonings are quasi-judicial in nature, and these require our public hearings to comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our Land Development Code. So quasi-judicial proceedings, they're less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow the basic standards of due process that requires certain notices be provided, the application of the correct standards, and the decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to the LPA, either in written documents or through oral testimony. Once the testimony and documents have been presented, the LPA then evaluates the testimony and the information for each item and draws a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the LPA in evaluating an agenda item as competent and substantial evidence. However, testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent substantial evidence or competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as surveys, minutes, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and experience. So if you intend to speak, please keep these comments in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in. As stated earlier, a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance shall constitute final agency action subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing review of the matter by the town council if the request for an additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days. Thank you. And for purposes of efficiency, we need to dispose of a few matters related to these quasi-judicial hearings. The first is I need to ask our town clerk, have all items been properly noticed?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And at this time, if there are any LPA members who have a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these 5 items, Please disclose this now for the record so that we can be assured that we have a quorum present for purposes of voting
Does anyone have a conflict?
on any of the 5.
No conflict.
Okay. Seeing none, Madam Chair, at this time, the swearing in of the witnesses.
So could anybody who is going to speak on any of the cases today please stand to be sworn in?
That includes public comment.
It includes public comment. Anybody who's going to talk. You're not speaking, Fred?
Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. All parties have been sworn.
Are there is anyone in the audience here as an official, a specialist in their field that has not previously been qualified by the town? If you're an attorney, if you're a planner, yes, ma'am. Engineer, if you could come up, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just state your qualifications for the record, please?
Yes, Gina Green, professional engineer. I've been an engineer in South Florida for 38 years.
Wow, congratulations. Thank you. Could I have a motion, please, to accept Gina as an expert in her field?
I move.
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Don. Is there any objection to that motion? Okay, so Gina, you're now officially an expert,
Thank you.
at least for us. Is there anybody else? No one else? Okay. So we'll start with ex parte communications. Don, do you have any for this case?
None.
How about you, Doug?
None.
Jane?
None.
Jim?
None.
John?
None.
I have none, except that I'm very familiar with the property itself. So, okay, so we'll start with the staff report. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. The Scott Savard Trust, owner of 5662, 5664 Estero Boulevard, has applied for a variance from LDC Section 341174B to allow for an accessory apartment unit to be constructed forward of the principal structure. The property is zoned residential multifamily and is low-density future land use. The property is not large enough to allow 2 density units. However, prior to the storm, the property contained a single-family dwelling and an accessory apartment. The applicant is proposing the construction of the same size unit in compliance with the post-disaster build-back regulations. The previous accessory unit was located quite close to Estero Boulevard. The proposed location of the accessory apartment is forward of the principal structure, but will meet the 25-foot front setback yard and the side setback. While the applicant could have designed the accessory apartment to be structurally connected to the primary structure and not require a variance, however, the breezeway connection, which was originally proposed, is not desirable due to the location in the VE flood zone. Finding that the proposed connection is not flood compliant, this variance is the best option for the proposed development. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and I believe the applicant is also here.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there questions for Sarah?
Sarah, in the analysis section, it says, explain how it is non-conforming square foot width depth. Is that something that you wanted to explain this morning?
No, that was something I wanted staff to put into the staff report and didn't realize until last night when I was reading through all the documents that they did not catch my note and make that change. So I am not clear on exactly how this lot is non-conforming. Jason, are you familiar with, this was not Jason nor I's case. Are you familiar with how the Savard property is non-conforming?
Would it be the size of the lot?
I don't believe so. It's large enough for a single unit. So that's why I put that note in there, because I was not sure why it was considered non-conforming.
How does that impact this?
I think that it was just a note that staff wanted to include, but I can text staff and find out why that might be. They're
That's a great-
in the other
that's
building, and
great.
if the applicant is here and they want to say anything, or if there are any other
Maybe
questions.
the applicant knows.
That's true.
Okay. Having nobody has any other questions for Sarah?
No.
We'll invite the applicant up.
Good morning. planning agency members. My name is Chad Capps. I'm here on behalf of the Scott Savaride Trust. They wanted to be here today, but they weren't. They had other travel plans and couldn't be here. It's very important to them. I don't have much to add from what Sarah said. What's proposed is a great example of the post-disaster build back. They are essentially recreating exactly what they had before. There was two, I think we have a little bit of a difference of opinion whether it's an accessory apartment or dwelling unit. But after discussing with staff, the accessory apartment does work for our client, and they have no objections to going forward in that manner. The two buildings meet all required setbacks. It's just a matter of the fact that the smaller building is located in front of the bigger building, which will be along the Gulf of Mexico. It's almost identical location to what was there previously. As far as the non-conforming lot, I'm not sure, but I believe this is one of those, like a lot of lots on the beach, that is a couple feet short on the required width.
Okay.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you all.
Okay. I was just told that it is the width.
It's the width.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Does the applicant accept the conditions that either they or a family member will reside on the property?
Yes.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm going to sneeze again. But thank you. We'll open the public comment. Does anybody have any comment on this case? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment. LPA members, any conversation on this? Don?
No, ma'am.
Doug? Jane?
No, I do think it's a good example of the pre-disaster build back, bringing it back at post-disaster build back, bringing it back at the basic same size as it was, which has not happened in the past, but I'm happy to see that they did comply with that.
Anything, Jim?
None.
How about you, John?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion, please.
A motion to approve, approve the requested variance based on competent and substantial evidence that the criteria in section 3434-1174B of the LDC is satisfied. Having heard the testimony in the hearing, review the agenda materials and approve subject to the conditions listed in the materials.
Second.
How many conditions were there?
Three.
Three conditions.
Okay, there is a motion, a very good motion, and a second.
Red
and
word for
competent. And a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this request? Hearing none, your vote, Don?
Aye.
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, this is an excellent example of the new ordinance that was just adopted in play. So the decision's been made by the LPA, and so if there is anyone that would request additional review by the town council, there is a 10-day period now that would begin to toll to make that request.
Otherwise, our decision is final. They won't have to present their case to the town council.
Correct.
Which saves them a lot of time and money and everything else. Okay, number one down. The second one, variance 2024-0095. This is at 714 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution approving with conditions or denying variance 2024-0095 to allow a 12.5-foot variance to the required 25-foot street setback and a variance of 14.5 feet from the required 20-foot rear setback for the property located at 714 Estero Boulevard, and providing for an effective date, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Don, do you have any ex parte?
I do not.
How about you, Doug?
I do not.
Jane?
None.
John?
None.
Jim?
None.
I have none as well. Jason?
Good morning,
Good morning.
LPA member.
I like
LPA
your
members.
haircut.
Thank you. My
like-
wife does too.
Most importantly.
Indeed. I thought I could make it all the way through hockey playoffs with that beard, but it wasn't going to actually work. So my name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. I'm here today to present the variance request for 714 Estero Boulevard. As Madam Chair had mentioned before, there are two requested variances, one for the street setback and one for the rear setback. They're requesting 12.5 feet at the front at the shortest distance, and they're requesting 14.5 feet at the shortest distance on the rear to both the rear and front property lines. I would make note that this property does have located on it a portion of a 7.5 foot roadway easement. This is to provide access for other lots that are in this cluster of lots. If you remember, these lots were afforded an allowance through what the staff refers to as cottage code amendments. The applicant has determined that, excuse me.
That's okay.
The applicant has determined for their uses that they were going to forego that and instead request two variances to build a structure that would more meet their needs and the economic reality of redeveloping on the beach. The applicant has requested or is proposing a structure that is going to be 2 stories. Again, that would be in conflict with the cottage code and is another reason why they have not availed themselves of that option. The applicant, the footprint that the applicant is providing would accommodate up to roughly 2,100 square feet total between the two livable levels. They are also requesting or proposing to enclose a 200 square foot area on the ground floor for storage of things, bits and bobs. And they are also proposing a enclosed elevator shaft to provide for easier access into the structure. One thing I will point out that staff has put a site-specific condition of approval on here. That is condition number 1 at the end of the report. And this is to mirror what has been allowed for in the cottage codes, where we're requesting that, with the exception of the elevator shaft and these 200-foot storage, that they leave that area open. Other minor things that you will see on other projects is just a requirement that they keep their vehicles entirely on their lot, and obviously there will be reviews of things such as building coverage and impervious coverage when it comes time for their building permits. Staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and I believe the applicant and their representative are here as well.
Thank you, Jason. Jane?
The footprint of the property, is it basically the same?
I'm sorry, the footprint of the lot?
The footprint of the house.
Of the house. Actually, I can attest to what the previous structure's size was. I apologize. After the structures are gone from the site, unfortunately, they're very difficult to find through LIPA's records.
Isn't that part of what the cottage, I know that they're working outside of the cottage
Yes.
situation, but part of it is that they are in the same footprint.
I see the nexus. Yes, absolutely. So that again would deviate from the intent and the words of the cottage code. So that further.
So how about setbacks? Can you tell me, are the setbacks more extreme than they were before?
Well, I believe the structure was actually smaller, so the setbacks that they're going to be using here are going to be shifted a bit. They will be providing the proper setbacks on the sides, but what they're asking for today is the reduction of the street and the rear. So I can attest to the footprint that existed before. If it is a large difference or if we're talking a minimal difference, perhaps the applicant or their representative can attest to that.
Is this going to be something that will be acceptable to all of the lots along that street if they don't choose to do the cottage?
Yes. Well, we haven't received any appeals of the decision or of the request from any of the neighbors, so I'm not aware of anybody that may not appreciate it, but it is allowed for if the variances are approved.
So this does not set a precedence. Each one is reviewed individually and has to be determined individually. The reason they're before you today, though, is because they don't meet the cottage lot requirements. If they had chosen to make it the same square footage, only one story over open, then they wouldn't even be here today. But the reason that they're here is because it is slightly larger. And this does not set a precedence for any other parcel.
Okay. Any other questions for Jason? Anyone? Okay, Jason, thank you very much.
Of course.
Could we have the applicant, please? How's your ankle?
Still there.
Yeah.
Still there. Kara Stewart, for the record, representing the property owners at 714 Estero Boulevard. I will address Ms. Plummer's question right off the bat. The setbacks that were previously there on the existing structure, the rear had a deck in the back with also a 5-foot setback. So I'm very similar to that. I am going a little longer along the rear of the home, but the 5-foot was there before. We have also taken the opportunity to shift the new structure further to the easement, creating the buffer that's required on the side yard. So we've increased the side yard to the immediate neighbor. The setback in the front previously had, I believe, a front at the minimum, a 10-foot setback. We are now at 12 and a half. So we've shifted. The size of the structure is relatively the same. They're using a prefabricated structure. So they're a little bit limited. So they've tried to fit it in very similar to what that existing footprint was. The storage, as Jason mentioned, for downstairs is just for obvious, beach things and whatnot, and an elevator to give them access, which is allowed by FEMA and whatnot. So,
Thank you.
yeah, we're accepting the conditions. There were, I think, 3 or 4 conditions on there. We're okay with that. We understand we need parking, and we have to meet all the other requirements of the code. So, I'm here to answer any questions if you have
Any questions for Kara Stewart? None? Thank you very much, Kara.
Thank you.
I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to discuss this project? No one? Okay, the public hearing is closed.
I would say that I did receive one phone call, and I do not remember the lady's name. She said she lived in the area nearby, had asked what the variance was for. I explained it, and she said that she was in favor of it. But I haven't received any actual written correspondence.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other discussion from the LPA members?
I just, I think I'm in favor of this, but it would have been really helpful for us to visualize it if we had like an aerial of the previous structure or some depiction of what was there before Ian. And I think it would have been useful going forward.
The unfortunate part about that is that the tax rule has deleted all of that previous stuff, and so there is nothing from you for any of us to pull from.
There's a picture on.
That gives.
Yeah, something like that in our package would be useful.
Why did they delete all that?
I don't know. That doesn't.
It is actually available. There's just a certain way to find it. I'm going to show Jason how to find it.
Can you give us
history.
that information, how to find it? Because that would be.
I can tell you right now.
Well,
If you go to the Lee Property Appraiser site,
Yeah.
in the upper right-hand corner, you can change the year. And when you change the year, you can change it back to previous tax rolls, and then you can look at the property data down below.
You can also go where the picture is of the property. There's a subject picture, and you can go back years.
With the
there
arrow.
as well, yeah. And it'll go back to the 80s.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Well, that's great.
Okay. Are there any other questions for staff or the applicant? If not, may I have a motion, please?
You're so good at it.
Afraid to.
I know. Go ahead. You can do it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can read it.
This is new. Don't get nervous,
No
Doug.
pressure.
No pressure.
Good job, Anita.
Yeah.
I make a motion.
There's in the title.
Let's see, we've got to fill in the blanks. I make a motion to approve the requested variance based on competent and substantial evidence that the criteria in section, what was that section number?
34-3.
34-3 of the LDC is satisfied, having heard the testimony at the hearing, review of the agenda materials, and subject to the following conditions, the conditions established by staff.
Excellent.
With the conditions, yeah.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane. Is there any discussion on this motion for approval? Hearing none, your vote, Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Amy, we do need to have the section of the code in the description so that we can properly put that in.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's not your deal.
All of this one referred to was, I think, the table. The other
Yeah.
one had the actual section. This one's-
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on. The next item is,
Madam
Oh,
Chair, just
yes.
to announce that the vote was unanimous, and so there is a 10-day period if anyone in the public would like to request an additional review by the town council. Please provide the request to the town clerk within 10 days. Thank you.
this is a variance for 21481 Widgeon Terrace. This is a resolution approving with conditions or denying variance VAR 202-40094, a variance from LDC, Land Development Code Table 34-3, to decrease the required water body setback by 10.5 feet from the required 25 feet in the RC zoning district for the property located at 21481 Widgeon Terrace, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. John, any ex parte?
None.
How about you, Jim?
None.
Jane?
None.
Doug?
None.
Don?
None.
I have none as well. Sarah?
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Gina Green, on behalf of Janet Shoby Trust, owner of 21481 Widgeon Terrace, has applied for a variance from LDC Section 34-638 D3C3 lowercase III to allow for an at-grade swimming pool to be constructed less than 25 feet from an unseawalled natural water body. The applicant is requesting a variance of 10.5 feet to allow a pool to be a minimum distance of 14.5 feet from the mean high water line of the unseawalled natural water body at the rear of the property. The Flamingo Harbor Condominium Association allows property owners to utilize adjacent common areas for private amenities, although the proposed pool will be completely within the property at 21481 Widgeon Terrace. The property is zoned residential conservation and is mixed residential future land use. The property is within the Widgeon Terrace neighborhood, which includes the right-of-way in the parcels. The applicant is proposing the construction of an at-grade pool that will have a stem wall of approximately 18 inches at the end away from the house due to the slope of the yard. The proposed pool, along with the proposed pool, the applicant also proposed riprap along the rear of the property. However, this request is not part of the variance before you and will require a separate permit. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Questions for staff from anyone?
Sarah, on one of the exhibits that has the drawing, it shows the 25-foot setback line through the pool, but if you continue down, it also, the 25-foot setback line does continue through the stairs and the deck. Do they need to be included in the variance request?
I don't know if those are proposed to remain or if they had a previous variance for those. And if they already exist, they may already have a variance for that. Let me double check on that.
Don?
I live there and I was on the board, so I'm very familiar with this property. I didn't live at this house, but they were pre-existing. Those steps and that deck, those decks were there.
Previous variance granted on the stairs and the...
I don't know about a previous, I think they were built with the house, is my understanding.
Any other questions?
And if they were permitted work and they're already there, then we wouldn't necessarily require them to do anything.
Okay, no other questions? We'll hear from the applicant. The expert engineer, Gina.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Gina Green, engineer. The question as far as the stairs on this property, they were existing with the house and built and constructed, have been there for, ever since the house was built, so they were pre-existing. As far as whether a variance was ever, probably at the time that they were built, there probably wasn't a need for a variance on those. So that's not any part of the work with this. This work is just for adding this pool. There is a very limited rear yard in this particular one, and with, from the exhibit that you can see, the curvature of that mean high water line comes very close to the rear property line there on the southerly section of it. The pool that she's proposing is not an unreasonable residential pool. It's a normal sized. In fact, it's smaller than what most people do build in their yards. So she's not asking for anything grandiose in her rear yard. As far as the riprap on the rear, if we decide to stabilize it that way, then we'll go through all the proper permitting to do that. Everything else about it, the pool equipment all is going to meet all the setbacks. It's just being able to put this principal pool structure in this required and ask for this reduction. I do have a couple pictures of the rear yard if you want to see them that were taken, if that helps you at all to look at the space that this is going in.
Would anybody like to see the photos?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll just leave you. I had
Thank you.
a PowerPoint presentation I put out. Very last page are some couple recent pictures of the rear yards.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, yeah.
On the end, you just get that, right?
Any questions for Gina? Any questions?
I have one
John?
question. I'm a little bit confused as to whether this is an at-grade pool, an elevated pool. The picture appears that there's a small difference in elevation.
Because she's choosing not to put a deck around the pool and leave it at natural grade on the rear, the pool, just so that you don't have debris and all wash into the pool, there will be the beam will be raised above grade, but it won't be a elevated pool. It's just the beam is raised up to have a step up on, like a curved pool would be on a pool deck.
18 inches.
Yeah, 18 inches on the back side towards the water, just because of the natural slope of the yard. Up around the house, it'll be more like, 8 to 10 inches. 10 inches is a normal curb for a step up onto a pool that are on regular pools that you see. A lot of older pools were built with a raised curb around them. This is the same thing, it's just going to have natural grade around it rather than a deck.
Thank you.
Any other questions? None? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody here who'd wish to speak on this project? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. LPA members, any questions additional for staff or the applicant? If not, may I have a motion, please?
A motion to approve the requested variance based on competent and substantial evidence that the criteria in section, where is it?
34-3.
34-3. I think it's like 638.
38.
Hang on, sorry. How did I lose that? There it is. Yeah, LDC 34-638D3C3III. Is satisfied, having heard the testimony in the hearing, review of the agenda materials, and approved subject to the conditions set forth in the materials, 2 conditions set forth in the materials.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Don?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Another unanimous vote for the project.
Yes, and also I'd like to clarify for the record that it is 10 business days rather than calendar days. So it's actually a little bit longer period
Thank you,
of time.
Nancy. Okay. Anybody need a break? Or we move into the CPDs? Yes? Okay. So we're going to just have a quick 10-minute break, please. Development. This is CPD 2024-0049, amending a previous CPD 2206. This is an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending and restating ordinance number 22-06 to amend the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 2301, 2307, and 2311 Estero Boulevard, and 111 and 121 Mango Street, generally identified as strap numbers 219-46-24-W3-0110D.0010, 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0010, 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0020, and 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0030, Fort Myers Beach, amending the master concept plan for the restaurant use or uses, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and deviations, and other clarifications as necessary, providing for repeal, conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Don, do you have any ex parte on this?
Only that I spoke with the neighborhood company representatives.
Thank you. Doug, how about you?
Yes, I had a Teams meeting with Pat and Ken Gallagher.
Fred, yeah.
Fred.
Ken.
And where they explained the project and went over the same materials that are in the package.
Thank you. How about you, Jane?
Ditto.
Okay. Jim?
Yes, I had a meeting with the neighborhood group regarding this project.
Thank you. John?
I also had a meeting with the neighborhood group about this project.
I also had a meeting with the neighborhood group, and I appreciated your time. Okay. Jason?
Good morning, LPA members. Jason Smalley with your Planning and Zoning Department. So, as was said before, this is a request for an amendment of a previously approved CPD amendment, 2206. This is an amendment that has a lot of requests. There are multiple changes that are being requested in the previously approved deviations and conditions of approval. For time and just to introduce this, I think staff puts these into a few different buckets of requests. There are requests dealing with the either reduction or change in the buffers. We've kind of characterized those together. There are some reductions in the actual width of these buffers to mitigate some of those problems. They have provided in some circumstances an equal amount of material in a smaller space or fencing to help to alleviate any possible nuisance, visual nuisance at least, and possibly some audio or auditory nuisance that might be felt by the neighbors. Aside from that, they are also requesting some changes to the schedule of uses. I believe all that material has been presented to you in the presentation documents and through the documents that were provided by the applicant. We would note that some of those changes include keeping what was previously approved, such as the allowance for on-site brewing, but they are also requesting additional time. So they are looking to expand their allowable times that was limited in the previous iteration of the CPD amendment. They're requesting an additional hour.
Jason, can you remind me what that was? I'm trying to go back here to
the previous amendment.
What was the time? 11?
They're requesting previously they were limited until 10 p.m. for outdoor use. And so now they're requesting to extend that to 11 p.m. for their outdoor use.
Thank you.
As part of the changes in the schedule of uses, also they are requesting the addition or allowance of transient mobile vendors, i.e. food trucks. And they are also looking to remove the limitation that said that the previous business could not use the outdoor area for amplified music or entertainment. So those are another seeming bucket of requests that they're asking. Part of this project is to also attach a tiki hut to the existing building. Some of the reductions in the setbacks and particularly the reduction of the site triangle are all wrapped up in the development of that tiki structure. The tiki structure itself is relatively large. It would encompass a vast majority of the front of the building. So that area that previously would have been an open area for seating and some green space is now proposed to be entirely under the tiki hut. I believe that the proposed square footage is roughly 2,750 square feet, give or take a few. But that would encompass, again, most of the use in the front area, whereas prior to now, it was an open seating area. And that was, again, allowed for in the previous iteration of the CPD amendment that was approved in 2022, the use of that outdoor area specifically for service of alcoholic beverages. So those previous approvals will continue. They're looking to expand that use out there and then provide a covered area. In total, what they're requesting to end up with on the 4 properties, and thank the Lord I don't have to say all those strap numbers. Thank you very much for that.
Anytime.
is they will end up with a total of 9 deviations and 10 conditions of approval. Just to give you a little context, the last iteration of the CPD in 2022, they had 11 conditions of approval, 11 deviations. So some of these things are being combined for ease of clarification of reading. Some of them are being removed. Many of them are being amended. Without sort of going too much deeper into the weeds here, I think we've explained most of the general changes here. We are here, staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant's representatives are here as well, and I believe that they have a presentation.
Sarah?
Could I make one clarification, just because I'm not sure if it was completely clear? Previously, the conditions were for hours of operation. The business was 6 a.m. to midnight. The hours of operation for an indoor restaurant was 7 a.m. to midnight, with outdoor seating limited between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. 7 days a week. The new proposed language is the hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week for both the restaurant and outdoor seating area. We, staff proposed a change to that. I believe that the conditions in your staff report are different than that, but that's not what they requested. So they requested 7 to midnight, 7 days a week. So we are proposing a slightly different condition. And then on the amplified music, previously it said no amplified music or entertainment is permitted outdoors. The proposed condition from the applicant is amplified music or entertainment is permitted outdoors until 11 p.m. within the designated areas on the master concept plan, and will not be oriented toward residential uses. So those were their proposed conditions. But regarding the hours of operation, there was a slight change from staff.
Thank you. Questions, Don?
No, thank you for that, because that was one of them I wanted to clarify based on what I read. The other question is, in the staff recommendation up top, it says accept deviation 11. And I thought I saw deviation 11, but then I see new deviation 11, which will be renumbered to 9. So my brain is not following that. So can you help me?
I agree.
Yeah, there were.
The renumbering.
Yeah.
I'd rather have.
So are we eliminating 9 or number 9 or?
So there, as some of these have been requested to be eliminated, they are the applicant has compressed some of those numbers so that we don't have gaps in the numbering.
Yep.
Ms. Plummer, I absolutely agree. This was something that the applicant and I went back and forth on, and quite honestly, I think they did a really good job ultimately of getting the numbering in something that was usable for me. But I can completely understand that numbering may be a little confusing, especially since this will be the 3rd iteration of the CPD on the property, and many of those are carried over year after year.
Sometimes just easier to see the strike through and then new, so that you know where you are instead of going, this is now this and that.
So there are 9 deviations, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's new deviation 11, which is going to be renumbered to 9.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
To make it easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions for Jason? Doug, any questions?
I have a comment. I don't have any questions. But I think the one thing that I'm not sure I'm in favor of is I think we're calling it deviation 11, the reduction of the sight triangle. A little
Sight
concerned about that, yeah. I drove out there this morning myself and checked the intersection.
May
I
I?
live on that street, and when they planted trees on that frontage of where the porch was, that was a problem. As long as they kept it all below, 3 feet, where below the window level of your vehicle, that is fine. Because that was my concern, and I went over it with Patrick also about that triangle. And, now with the 8-foot sidewalks, that really changes it also from when this was originally proposed. But that was a big issue for me, because you have to edge out there so far that you're in the bike path, and you're in the, you're
Yeah,
in
I
everybody's
found
way.
myself, even though there was a lot of visibility, I actually found myself edging into the crosswalk in order to make sure that I can see, even now, so.
Yeah, and I had the same concern. The one thing that's, I think, positive is that you have the trolley stop there, so it gives you a good angle. But I don't know that there's a way, well, I mean, even before, with the tables out there and the shrubs, I don't know, and, when I came to your house, you couldn't see without getting into the crosswalk.
Right.
That's a lot of streets, I think, but down the boulevard, but it still was a concern.
I think the fact that they are only going to have the poles in the line, and the seating is set back, that, all of that gives plenty of room to see. But I really want to restrict any
The height.
trees, any height things in the front, because that does, block what's coming down the road on the sidewalk.
Probably under 2 feet, right? I mean, you would
Right.
want
Yes.
something under 24 inches tall there, yeah.
The code when we review this, and maybe I should take a moment to step back just to clarify it for anybody watching. So in normal zoning, they would be required to provide a 10-foot triangle. So this would be 10 feet off of Estero. Everything would be pushed back in there. But to both of the members' points, yes, when we review for the normal allowable uses in there, or required uses like buffer material, trees or hedges, no trees would be allowed to be in there that had any branches above 2 feet and lower than 6 feet. And any of the hedging material will also be required to be maintained by the applicant at that below 2 feet, or nothing below 6 feet.
Very good.
Nothing above 2 feet, nothing below 6 feet.
Other questions for Jason?
Oh, sorry, and one other thing to mention, they're requesting that the 10-foot site triangle be reduced to 3 foot at that. So there's a difference of 7 feet there, just to address your comment.
But the 3 foot and the 7 feet, when you take the line of sight, extends it considerably further down Estero.
That's
Right.
true.
Right.
The 3 foot clipped corner, even if you inch up, I'm a bike rider, so you may be able to inch up to see traffic, but inching up and
Hits
seeing a
you.
bike within 3 feet is not very much.
And I think staff wanted to make that apparent, that we did have concerns. We respect and we want to see the site triangles put in there. And part of the applicant's presentation and what they've given to us is their attempt to try and mitigate some of that possible risk that's going on there. But I believe there will be some amount of risk that is still inherent with the project if it's approved this way.
Don, any questions?
I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Jason. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow LPA members. For the record, I'm Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, here on behalf of the applicant. Obviously, I have a presentation here. Just real quick, we're representing 1249 Estero Adventures LLC, Mike and Don Miller, and we're the applicant agents, the neighborhood company. My typical, the background request, discussion analysis, and a little bit of findings. I don't know if we need to delve into a lot of this because I think we know where, a lot of your concentrated questions are on this, but it is a relatively smaller portion of the property. It's 0.65 acres. It was an existing restaurant, food service use, compatible and complementary to the surrounding area along this busy boulevard, as we know, Estero Boulevard. Here's an aerial of the location. A little zoom in for you. What we're wanting to do again is, and thank you, Jason, for your presentation as well, to reopen a restaurant that would encompass the entire building, expanding the outdoor seating area that existed, provide that tiki structure or the outdoor structure to cover that expanded seating area, allowing for the outdoor entertainment is limited to 10 p.m. And we've identified actually on our master concept plan to potentially mitigate any of those concerns to dictate where those performances can occur within the outdoor area.
Ken, can I ask you a question
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
Because I was like, what's the deal with the food truck? Because it's going to be a restaurant, right?
Understood,
But
yeah.
now I don't know, I didn't see interim in there, so you're thinking much like they did at the Beach Dwell.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, yeah, the idea is as they are working through
Yep.
permitting and things like that, let's
They want
have
to
that.
utilize the property.
Yeah, and we appreciate staff actually bringing that up to us as an opportunity to work in that interim sector for that use.
Okay, great.
And to confirm the conditions, the 6 a.m. to midnight for the operations of indoor and outdoor, but the outdoor to 10 p.m. Let me clarify that. 6 a.m. to midnight and outdoor from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Oh, 10 p.m. I'm sorry. Okay?
Got it.
So
Great.
outdoor shuts down at 10 p.m. Right.
That's the condition that, and we are committed to that.
Thank you.
Other components to this is obviously the consumption on premises. The prior amendment had a designated area that will be encompassing the outdoor seating area as well, and obviously the indoor portion of consumption on premises. Site improvements, evaluating how the parking and vehicle management of the site, and I'll just move us to the master concept plan. Now we're providing, before the entrance and exiting was one way. Now we've identified a two-way. This also allows the relocation of the dumpster so that service facility can be more easily accessible by the servicing company and maneuver through the property. The darker portion with this slashed line work is the existing structure, and then the identified area closest to the intersection of Estero Boulevard and Fairweather is the outdoor structure, outdoor seating area, and encompassing, and it's hard to see, but there are two identified areas where that outdoor entertainment can occur. The position behind that is we're identifying where those can occur. The proposed performances would be duo or solo performances, and they're oriented away from any of the surrounding residential uses, which are behind the building, and we're also encouraging or implementing additional landscaping along that Fairweather right-of-way. I'm going to really just, let's just skip ahead. These are the conceptual renderings, the construction renderings of the tiki structure, and this is what it's going to look like. No, just this is a marketing component of what they're proposing, but you can, the gist is that the tiki structure would be oriented in the front of the building. This is the company that they're using. These are actual constructed tiki structures, so you can see the quality and the elements that those tiki structures provide and the ambiance that they would in complementing the Sandy Bottoms development. With consistency with the LDC, improving the pedestrian connectivity, vehicle maneuvering, we wanted to provide the appropriate development standards. The building is a unique building, and the orientation and the components of the property are unique. Obviously, the redevelopment will be bringing the building up to building code, FEMA compliance. There are urban services that exist and supporting the prior use, which will then support this use. No impacts to environmentally critical areas, as this property was already developed. And we're just reestablishing just a more resilient, compliant, and a restaurant that, as was said before, is looking forward to having another restaurant of high quality in this portion of the town. With regards to the deviations, we believe they achieve the objective of the plan development, providing for that flexibility due to the disaster impacts that we have occurred. We don't believe they negatively impact the public's health, safety, and welfare, enable the redevelopment and that the public wants, and we believe they're consistent with the comp plan. But I want to go into a little bit more in depth on this deviation, which would be 11, but is really 9. So that's proposed deviation number 9, which addresses the visibility triangle. So as was stated previously, the existing conditions, which is a photograph on the left, identifies the landscaping, the umbrellas, the seating at this within the already existing outdoor patio. This provides an element of visual obstruction as a part of adhering to the land development code for visibility triangle. The photo, the image and exhibit in the right-hand side identifies in the red, that is the application of the visibility triangle in accordance with the LDC. That is the 10-foot back off of the boundary of the right-of-way, inward 10 feet, and extending down the 150 feet for this type of roadway network. As you can see, with this portion of Estero Boulevard, through the improvements that occurred with the reconstruction, is implementing the trolley stops or the Lee-Trans stops within the right-of-way, which, as you can see, the yellow dash line deflects the travel lane outward and into the middle of the portion of the lane. So that, if you apply the standard, it alters the visual representation of looking down the right-of-way and seeing the oncoming traffic. So that alters the typical standard for utilizing the vision triangle, which then the blue line provides an alternative equivalent visibility looking down towards Estero Boulevard. So I, as many of you have done, has driven down Fairweather and stopped at the intersection. This was a week ago, and looking down Estero Boulevard. Where are the cars? I don't know, but they're not there.
Not today.
So, it was, I believe it was around 11, 10 or 11. So anyway, you can see the existing patio, and that is the 3 feet behind the right-of-way line, which is where the new wide sidewalk exists. So what we wanted to do is conceptually represent the tiki structure and provide that, render that onto this image. And that is an example of what we would be proposing. We are committed to, as staff pointed out, and as code requires, limitations of any of the landscaping between that 2 feet and nothing below 6 feet. But trees are allowed within that area. On our master concept plan, we are identifying the limits of the hedge and or shrubs cannot be more than 24 inches, consistent with that code. And what we see here, in our opinion, is that visibility is equivalent to what was prior and what has existed there. The Land Development Code 34662B4A speaks to the standard of the 10 feet and 150 feet dimensions, or it provides an or statement of equivalent visibility. So we believe this structure continues that equivalent level. On top of that, we have identified on the master concept plan that this portion that's highlighted on the master concept plan, hatched differently, is a limited use, and these are conditions that our staff has identified within their staff report, and we're agreeable to, that no tables, no bar area, no sitting is a component of that use. So in conclusion, we feel we're consistent with the comprehensive plan, land development code, and the application requirements for this amendment. We respectfully request a recommendation by the local planning agency for town council to approve this rezoning amendment as submitted and presented. Mike and Don are here. I don't know if, Pat wants to.
We couldn't keep his mouth shut either.
We're doing this as a tag team, so for the record, Patrick Vanass with the Neighborhood Company. Just providing my experience and as a resident, and I think Ken did a great job explaining the technicalities of it, but we all know as residents that when we are the busiest during the year, during season, that's when our traffic is also at the slowest. So really what it is the traffic is bumper to bumper, inching forward. And typically when you merge into Estero, it's at the grace of someone letting you in. So it is a very slow-moving merge and slow-moving traffic, and that affects the safety of this request. And I think it should be considered also as part of that request and recommendation from the LPA. So just wanted to add that flavor. I know you're painfully aware of this issue, as I am, but just wanted to point it out, and I think it's an important factor also.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Patrick. Any questions? Doug?
Yeah, I have a question. Could we go back to the previous slide? The one with, could we go back to the slide with the site plan?
Oh.
You can't talk.
Talk loud, Doug.
I can repeat it for you.
Could you simply modify the footprint of the tiki hut to follow a line more like this? Instead of having to hatch out an area you're not using, just not have it there. Put a column with a tiki hut set back.
To the 10 feet.
Yeah, we understand that. And as we've approached this was the element, this was in providing for the structure over the existing location of that outdoor patio. So utilizing that space, continuing to utilize that space. So we can certainly evaluate that. And
The other comment I have is that I get it about traffic and cars, but I also see a lot of young people zooming around on skateboards and powered skateboards and bicycles. They're going pretty fast, and those things are hard to see. And
my concern
I'm
is
afraid I'm going to hit somebody.
Yeah, my comment is actually that during season, there's very little danger of an accident because nobody's moving, right? By the grace of God, or by the grace of the other motorists, you're able to get in. It's actually on the shoulder seasons that it becomes dangerous because that's when
people are going fast.
People are moving. Their pent-up energy is definitely being unleashed.
They're free.
Free, yeah. I've never went this fast. Northbound.
yeah, that's a reality. We understand that.
So Ken, what's your answer to Doug's fix on this? Is simply moving the post of the tiki. I mean, if
7
you're not,
feet, is that right? It would push it back 7
Yeah.
feet.
If you're not going to utilize that area, because I mean, when we sat and spoke, I said, good luck with not utilizing this. People are going to move their chairs. I mean, it's a fantasy to think that will be left unused. So what about modifying that and moving the?
I think that's something that we certainly will evaluate and consider. That area, if the structure is moved back, we could revert back to having chairs and umbrellas, I guess, out there as well.
I guess my concern with that is that if you have people sitting there, you're still going to obstruct the view.
Oh,
so
sure.
you'd actually have to take out a few pavers and
But
put
that's
some low-level landscape.
That's compliant with your code to have the tables and the chairs and umbrellas and the landscape.
Unless it's obstructing the view, the visibility triangle, correct?
I don't believe that.
No?
It's only
I mean-
if it's structures and
I mean, I think that you're not supposed to have anything. I don't think that it's necessary. I mean, we shouldn't allow structures to be built there, but you also shouldn't be just putting things there either.
okay.
But to Anita's point was, if you have tables out there, unless they're fixed in the ground, and if somebody wants to expand their table because they have a larger group, they'll expand into that area if there are pavers there.
So, I mean, that was part of the reason why staff was not recommending approval of that one deviation, is because if there's a structure there, if there's a place for people to put tables, if there's a covering, it's going to be difficult to keep people out of it. Even if you put a hashed thing on the line, people are drinking, having a good time, they're going to be moving around.
You can set it on fire, and people are still going to move there.
That's our
what's gonna
concern.
Yeah.
And my other concern is there's no way to keep people off of it. I mean, on the contrary to what we're saying, right? If you literally put grass there, or you put little bushes there or whatever, and you actually had your 10 feet of buffer, you're gonna have to build a structure there to keep a wall, right? Which you don't want to do. So
Sure.
to keep people off of it, no matter what, people will move their chairs.
You know, I think we understand the concern and the request. What I would ask is consideration to the conditions that are there today. Again, we went from a wider sidewalk. We also went from a straight lane to a deflected lane, where you do have comparable visibility with a reduced setback from the corner from 10 feet to 3 feet. And while I understand your concern, I also think that should be considered. So maybe there's a compromise there. Also, from a just structural and aesthetic standpoint, having a structure consistent and parallel to the sidewalk is more visually attractive, more consistent with construction methods also. So I would just ask that, understanding your point, if you also consider that the conditions that are there today and present today do create some mitigation from that 10 feet, because we have a better line of sight because of those conditions.
But Patrick, if that's true, then why are we even talking about this mystery land?
Well, because a code cannot anticipate every single condition. A code
that's true.
is kind of static, and the norm and the standard is 10 feet. But there's also a caveat that says, or similar visibility. So that's what we are expressing today. That's what we're wanting to look at, what those mitigating factors are that would allow something safe, but also a bit of a deviation from the norm.
Jane?
I'll say that once we got the orange Geiger trees removed from the sight line, because that's what was blocking, that was in front of that on Estero Boulevard, that, as you can see, the umbrellas obstruct more than the landscaping. So I think for use of the space, it's great to have the cover come out as far as it can to protect everybody from sun and water, rain, but also that we never had any problem with people sitting at those tables and things like that.
didn't?
No, not in view at all. The only problem was when there was those trees that were bushy
Yeah, I remember.
and too young. They weren't tall enough.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, you live there.
I live there. I
So,
go up
so
and down
you
that
would,
street.
so as it was before the storm and as it's proposed, would you have to edge into the crosswalk to see? Or do you think from your car window you could?
I don't notice myself being in the crosswalk necessarily. I'll pull into it to turn before, and look once more before I go, but, I do my full stop outside of the crosswalk.
Okay, so the people sitting there never obstructed your view?
Never.
Okay.
Other questions for Ken? Anyone? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll open up the public comment now. Does anybody care to comment on this?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Miller. My wife and I own the property. One of the couple things I wanted to get some clarification on that red zone right there is that we intend, even though that the tiki hut's going to come out almost to the sidewalk, is we intend to put, let's say, 1 foot or 2 foot bushes in, partially underneath the tiki hut, so that you're not going to have people being able to put their tables and chairs in that area. We want to bring it out as close to the sidewalk as we can for aesthetics, and like Jane had said, that the more you push it back, then you got your rain and everything else that's not going to be, and the sun that's not protecting your patrons. That's one of the big things. And also, even some of those trees, if they need to come out for a better visibility, we have no problem with that. It's just that, we want to get the tiki hut, a massive tiki hut attracts people. And having it narrow and thin may not be as aesthetically pleasing on Estero Boulevard than what other people would think.
Okay.
That's the one thing about so you're still going to have your visibility, and there won't be people putting chairs and tables in that area unless they're going to fall over into the bushes.
And I can,
Which may? No.
Now, they may fall into the bushes, but they're going to still be,
Never
if
say
I lay
never.
down
If
right
they're
now, I'm
laying
still
down,
within
yeah.
2 feet, huh?
yeah, there you go. You lay down.
Thanks very much.
Also, we went ahead and was, proactive on doing this. We've already installed an 8-foot fence on the back side of the property, blocking the, noise and sound, what might be happening in the future. We're also going to be doing a lot more planting. And regarding the outdoor music, we're only going to have like a 1-person or 2-person band. It's not like we're not going to have drums. We're not going to be doing like that. We're very, obviously, we've been up here before with the whale, and we're very conscious and we like the feedback and input from the neighbors to find out, hey, if something is too loud, definitely let us know. We want to be proactive on all of this. But nothing beats having, sitting underneath a nice tiki hut and having having your lunch or dinner and a cocktail and listening to the ambient music, and live music playing. That's what attracts everyone to Fort Myers Beach. Got that. And you mentioned the food truck earlier. The food truck is only temporary until we get our CO for the building. And at that given time, there will be no more food trucks, and food trucks will not be permitted. And I think that's about it for me.
Thank you very much. We're all looking forward to it.
Do you have any idea what the timeline's going to be like on getting the building done?
Yesterday.
Started yesterday, but
Yeah, we
done.
did. We started yesterday. We got a permit to demo the inside, and so we're doing that right now. I wasn't even sure if the roll-off dumpster was there yet, but there really isn't a lot within the building. We're going to do an open concept plan, almost like the Leaky Tiki used to be, where you have indoor and outdoor seating for the bar, and then we'll have additional for out at the underneath the Tiki hut, and then other than 2 walls for the kitchen and another 4 or 5 walls for where the bathrooms are going to be placed, and an office. It's going to be pretty easy to get this thing wrapped up.
Yay.
Thank you, Mike, very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Dawn? Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Dawn Miller, owner of Sandy Bottoms. So I'm up here because I wanted to share with you guys the creative thing that was shared with me, that we intend to do something like this in our corner of the visibility triangle to keep people from trying to move their tables and chairs around. Bob Tabarini, who's a very good friend of mine, saw in the trash a piano. Can I bring it up and show you guys the picture of it?
Sure.
All right, and I'll tell you what we're doing.
Piano.
Might be what my wife's
One of her
All right.
pianos?
Unfortunately, we did not make the trash. They picked it up before we could get there. But what we were going to do is tear one leg that was left on it off, open up the top, take that off, and we were going to put plantings in there and put it on that corner. And since that's gone, we'll try and find another creative way to do something there. We also have a canoe that we thought about taking down there, and that would be there now, but we're afraid if we took it there, it might get stolen.
Yeah.
So we were like, how do we put it there to show kind of what we're, thinking about? But we are going to try
Canoe's a good idea.
something
It's low,
permanent
too.
that people can't move. And then, it'll be an obstacle in their way to move a table and chair.
Thank you.
So,
I'd like to
Thanks very
comment
much.
back that I think the canoe would be much better because the piano was too high.
Oh, it's really short.
Oh,
but
it was a
yeah.
little short piano.
Yeah, it was a shorty.
I
Well,
like
it wouldn't have legs. It was just going to lay on the
okay.
ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but it's more appropriate for the whale anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks very much. Anybody else have comments on this case? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Questions from the LPA for staff or the applicant? Follow-ups? None? Would somebody like to make a motion? Motion man.
Go for it, Don.
I make a motion to approve the requested variance, right, to the CP, no, it's a
CPD.
CPD, the amendment to the CPD based on competent substantial evidence, criteria in, let's see, section 34-85B and C, and 34-2162 of the LDC, is satisfied, having heard testimony at the hearing, reviewed the agenda materials, and approved subject to conditions of staff.
May I comment?
Yes.
Let's see if we have a second first. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, go ahead, Nancy.
So this one is a little bit different from our variances because this one is actually a recommendation that you're going to be making to the town council because the town council, this isn't a rezoning, and under state law, it has to be adopted by an ordinance which requires 2 readings. So you're making a recommendation of approval. And you're also commenting as the local planning agency that it is consistent with, embedded within your motion, is the consistency with the comp plan and compliance with your land development code.
Sit down. You've been dying to say that.
So, and that is what you were intending, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that
what
is
she
what-
said
Yes.
is what I intended.
That's what your motion
So,
Yes.
And I'll second that.
Approve recommending to the town council approval of the rezoning, subject to the conditions, based on a finding of consistency with the comp plan and compliance with the land development code, based on competent substantial evidence that you had.
Yeah, and with the
Yeah.
one exception, staff actually took deviation 11, formerly 11, now 9 out. I would not agree with staff on that. In other words, I would allow the deviation for the, that's the visibility triangle.
With conditions, Don, that they build something inside
Correct.
the structure.
Yeah, that nothing can be obstructing the view in that area.
Okay.
Clarification. Are you saying you're supporting the 3-foot
Yes,
visibility triangle?
yes.
Are you good with that?
No.
But, so does James?
I second the motion.
Okay. So, there's a motion and a second. Is everyone clear on what this motion is? Yes?
I am.
Okay. All right. And Jim, you have issue with the visibility triangle?
Yeah, I think the line of sight of 3 feet, if you look at that picture there, the upper left one, and you take 3 feet, you've cut off any line of sight.
So can I-
Drawing that compares the 3 feet to the 10. The 10 feet you can see all the way down. I don't know you need to see 150 feet, but
So
I was out there yesterday, and 3 feet, if I'm riding a bike and somebody stops behind the curb in 3 feet, and we don't have any line of sight beyond that 3 feet, that bike would be hit by a...
Completely agree. So to clarify, my view is, my understanding, and staff can correct me, is the deviations for the structure of the tiki to be within the 3 feet, right? Or within the 10 feet. So we're not obstructing it. We're just saying that the structure can be built within that 10 feet, right? So that's my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong.
My issue is the line of sight and how far down you'll be able to see.
And I'm not seeing that. My view is the line of sight is not being obstructed by the tiki, because it's the tiki structure is what we're giving the deviation for, not for line of sight at the ground. We've heard from the applicant that we understand that there's going to be a low level buffer that would be in that area. So in other words, they'll have plantings even within the tiki, under the tiki, to prevent people or other things from obstructing that view. That's my understanding.
I heard the applicant say low-level plantings, piano, canoe, all those things are good. The question becomes, so just what happens within that 3 feet versus 10 feet?
Could I comment, please?
Yes, go ahead, Doug.
I mean, when I'm reading the deviation, it says, allow for a reduction in the depth of sight visibility triangle along the other street or existing driveway from 10 feet to 3 feet. So the deviation is about the sight triangle, as worded.
Okay. My understanding is it's for the structure, but if it's for the actual site, if we're actually blocking, can someone clarify? My understanding is we're not blocking the sight triangle, that we're just building a structure there.
Jason, do you want to?
Well, so the reduction in the site triangle will allow in their design at least one of their posts to be between that 2 and 6 foot area. What we've heard today is that they will respect the remainder or the existing of the code, which is to keep any of their plantings low level, or a canoe or any other bits and bobs or structures that they put in there are still going to have to be at a level that is at 2 feet, or is going to be clear from 2 feet to 6 feet. But if they are approved for what they've requested today, there will be a structure in the guise of at least one of those posts in that area.
But Jason, do you believe the line of sight will be clear?
No, I believe that was staff's intent, to show that regardless of what you do, there's going to be some mitigation. And their argument is that they've provided a similar amount of view shed, if you will, for people that are entering and exiting. But staff's perspective is that, yes, even with their mitigation, there's still going to be stuff in there. They will do their best, according to their presentation, to not allow people in there, seats, entertainment, things of that nature. And theoretically, that could be enforced through the town's enforcement mechanism if they don't do that. But I think the expectation here is that there will be at least a post in there, if not multiple posts, depending on their construction method.
Well, I think if you look at the picture, looking down the street, you can see people sitting right up against the landscaping, and it isn't affecting your view of the sidewalk. Plus, it is extended out because of the trolley, which gives you an even wider, and you can see a trolley
car that,
cover.
but Jim's point is a bicycle.
Right.
I agree.
Pedestrian.
Jim's
And I ride bikes.
And golf carts and
I could
kinds of things
clarify.
on that 8-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, I could clarify the motion to say the allowance in that deviation of the post, right? One post, right? Because that's what it's going to be. There's actually 2 trees there that are like tiki posts already. So, so my view was that in the 10 foot you would end up having a post. You'd have your corner post.
I think, in my opinion right now, if that's the intent, is to then revise that, perhaps the applicant can attest to how many posts that they believe would actually be in that area, because that is not an area that staff had exact ideas about. We know there will be at least one, but perhaps they can attest to how many they anticipate might be in that triangle
Would you
area.
like that clarification?
Please.
I hope I can. See if we can. Can't use that one.
There you go.
So
Oh, you probably have
there's
two.
potentially 2 to 3.
It's the top one on the up here, right?
So I can't use
The
the.
front, I think it goes sideways.
Yeah, so the top left one would be view from Estero.
Right.
So that the first post to the left, potentially the second, as so.
Will they be in line or will they be angled? Because
They're going to be they're going to be in a. So see the post at the far outside edge. If you were to point, nope. Keep going. That one. And it looks like a palm tree.
Yeah. It does.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that one, that's 3. That would be 3 feet back. That's where the existing patio is, and then there would be a second one farther.
Here.
No. Let's go down Estero. So you can't see it. It's
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah.
So they're going to be sequentially in line down Estero. So, but as we know, the triangle is angling outward. So potentially 1 or 2 posts. So we would, to be safe, we would say 2 vertical posts in support of the peaky structures. And these are conditions 11 and 12
Yes, they are.
that staff has proposed.
So I thought staff was actually proposing that they were not allowing deviation 11.
So their recommendation, but then their conditions
Right, okay.
are
Gotcha.
saying if you were to grant the deviation, these are the conditions 11 and 12, which we are fully agreeable to doing those other mitigation measures to provide for that visibility down Estero Boulevard,
Gotcha.
equivalent of what was.
Okay. So I think that's right. I apologize. So I
No,
think
not at all.
yeah, I think that staff's condition does cover
Right.
The support.
the structure
posts.
permitted, yeah, within the
Only
designated
vertical
region.
support posts.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And also compliant with the code in terms of the vegetation and or to remove the tree. We can remove palm trees in place of the vertical post. So
right.
we
You
can
know,
commit to
Jim,
that.
I have to tell you that frequenting Ms. Plummer's home and dealing with that intersection, I think that this is a better solution than the tables with the chairs right
And the
up there.
umbrellas.
Agreed.
Because that was by far a bigger, I mean, imagine instead of that post, you've got a table with 4 people sitting at it, the umbrella, people standing.
And 4 in a row.
Yeah, it was, I think that this, and plus the mitigation of having the landscape and Don's canoe or whatever it is that they're going to put there, I think that this is going to be, it may very well improve the visibility triangle as opposed to the previous condition.
As Don pointed out, I'm okay with the staff recommendation of the vertical posts.
Okay.
But the way it's worded on the deviation is broader than just the 3 posts.
Where's the deviation?
That was what.
I think the staff recommendation covers. See, staff
Got
said
it. Deviation
Right,
is
right,
what
right.
Doug said.
because staff said without deviation 11, which is 9. So then they put the conditions to address that.
And that's okay.
So, okay. So, yeah, so my motion stands with the conditions staff has recommended. And I think that
I'm
addresses
seconding.
Jim's concern.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion's been clarified in a wonderful manner.
I don't know about that.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Hearing none, your vote, Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
I like the project, but I'm going to have to vote no because I'm just not comfortable reducing the site triangle.
Thank you, Doug. John?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So congratulations, you move on to the town council, and thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, so without further ado, we will move on to...
Question before we do that. If that would have been 100% in
No.
favor of?
Still
Just
does.
Still has to have two
Yeah.
hearings.
Yes,
Okay.
because it's a rezoning.
Madam Chair, 2-minute break?
Oh, 5. Okay, we'll take 5. Sherry, it's so nice to see you.
Okay, so.
I'm well, thank you. DCI 20230-246, a rezoning from CPD to CPD. An ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development, CPD, zoning for the property located at 125, 131, and 151 School Street and 2661, 2681 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 194624W3 0020C.0230, 194624W3 0020C.0270, 194624W3 Fort Myers Beach, to allow a mixed-use development, including lodging, live-work units, retail, and a restaurant, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Do you have any ex parte communications, John?
Yes, I also had a meeting on this project with the neighborhood group.
Jim?
Same.
I had the same.
Same.
Jane? Doug?
Same for me.
I had a meeting
Don?
with the neighborhood company.
You know, I was also part of the very first CPD on this property. I don't know if that's relative or not,
I
but
was too.
Yes, you were too, Jane. Okay, so we'll open this to staff. Sarah?
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The Neighborhood Company, on behalf of Cottages at Myerside LLC, owner of 125 and 131-151 School Street and 2661-2681 Estero Boulevard, has applied for a commercial plan development rezoning. The property is currently zoned CPD and is in the Boulevard future land use. The applicant is requesting a CPD with 6 deviations to allow a mixed-use development, including 4 live-work units, 45 lodging units, and 9,000 square feet of commercial space. The proposed list of uses within the commercial space is attachment A to the ordinance in your packet. The request includes the following deviation requests from the Land Development Code. 1, a deviation from LDC 10-285, Table 10-1, connection separation, which requires a minimum separation between streets and access ways. The MCP shows, master concept plan, sorry, the MCP shows a 76-foot separation from Oak Street, where the code requires 125 feet of separation. 2, a deviation from LDC 10-416, landscaping standards, to allow the use of an alternative landscape betterment plan pursuant to LDC Section 10-419. This section allows applicants to propose a landscaping plan that is more effective or appropriate than the code-required landscaping. Number 3, a deviation from Section 34-1804A and Section 34-2020, which regulates parking for hotels, motels, non-residential uses, residential, and combined use developments. The deviation is to allow a 30% reduction in the required parking from 89 required parking spaces to 60 provided spaces. I believe that they had included additional deductions for bicycle parking. However, the code as it has been applied and as staff reads it only allows for a reduction in 1 space per, you can't have 10 bicycle racks and count 10 spaces off.
Right.
Deviation number 4 from LDC Division 4, Table 34-3, for the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet and 3 stories to allow a maximum of 37 feet and a maximum of 4 stories. A deviation from LDC Table or Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which requires a street setback of 10 feet to allow for build-to lines of 5 to 10 feet along Estero Boulevard and School Street. And deviation number 6 from LDC 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel-motel guest units per established equivalency factors to include increase the by right equivalency factor maximum of 2.5 up to 5.6 to allow a maximum intensity of 45 guest units rather than 20. The proposed development would have a floor area ratio of 1.19, including the enclosed areas at grade and parking below the building. This is in compliance with the allowed FAR. Staff is available for any questions you may have.
Questions for staff? John?
None at this time.
Jim?
Several. Have we heard anything from the school district or library district about this?
No.
That's really surprising because they've been here for every other event. Surprising. Okay.
And there's nothing in the presentation, the material's been submitted, dealing with alcohol at all.
The only condition that we have in here is regarding getting COPs. Let me get there real quick. Any tenant with consumption on premises will be required to acquire a separate COP license.
Right.
So that was not handled in this portion.
So that in this petition, there's no request.
There's no inclusion of a COP.
So they would have to come back for that.
Yes, that's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I guess not indirectly affecting this, I think we all received an email, and I was a little bit confused in the email where it says that somehow in our comprehensive plan amendment that we have removed the density element in commercial developments, and we are now restricted just to FAR. I thought density in the code was really on a residential side, not on a commercial side. So I was confused by the statement that we have given something up in the comprehensive plan amendment. Is that?
So the change that occurred in the comprehensive plan amendment was that previously we have, so if you look at the deviation number 6, that's really what this is talking about. Deviation number 6 talks about the maximum equivalency factor of 2.5. So the way the code was written previously and the comprehensive plan was written, it required density units to be used for hotel motel spaces. And your maximum equivalency factor for that future land use district there, which is Boulevard, would have been 2.5. It's been common through, so that isn't changing the density, that's just changing the multiplier. So other hotel motel uses that have gone through the CPD process have asked for the same thing, an increase in that equivalency factor. So in this instance, the applicant would have, so if we look at that area would have allowed, based on the subdivision underlying it, if they applied for minimum use determinations for each lot that had existed there, which they could do, they would have 12 total units. They want to use 4 of those units for live work. So that means 8 units remain, and they can use the multiplier, the equivalency factor, for those 8 units to get hotel motel rooms. So they have 8 units, density units, that I'm holding up 5.
I see
8. They have 8 density units remaining. If they use the multiplier, the equivalency factor that's allowed there, that's 2.5, that gets them up to 20 units. So if they have the smallest room, I think it's like up to 450 square feet, they could use the 2.5, and that would get them to 20 units. However, in this instance, they're requesting 45 units, which would mean there would be an equivalency factor that they're requesting of 5.6 to get them to the 45 units. So this doesn't actually have anything to do with density. It has to do with the equivalency factor. And it was the decision of town council previously, and I think that we've had this discussion. Density really shouldn't be used for hotel motels. That's a commercial use, whereas residences, that should be a density use. So the way our code was written was sort of, it was a way for the town to feel like they had a little bit more control over the density, over the number of people who were coming to the island. However, The equivalency factor has been very difficult to implement because we have a very low density. So in most instances, you couldn't make a hotel motel work with the very low equivalency factor that's available and the very low density that's available. I don't know, that was a lot of talking, and I don't know if it explained it, so
No,
please
it
ask
did.
more if it,
Good.
okay.
And I think the email muddied the terms in the use of word density in the hotel motel context.
Yeah, no, and in the past, that really did apply, but I think everybody's made it very clear that maybe this equivalency factor is not the most important thing, but they are asking for the correct deviation based on our current code. And when I looked at how to determine if this was an appropriate request, the decision with the new comp plan was to switch all of that to FAR, and this does meet the FAR.
But this, I think part of that email was the switch, the recommended changes to the comp plan are not yet in effect and won't be in effect for quite some time. So we're still operating under our existing comp plan.
Yes, and that's why they asked for the deviation from the equivalency factor. Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions, Jim?
No.
It was helpful. It was. All right, Jane, questions?
I'm going to wait until after.
Okay. Doug, anything?
Not at this time.
How about you, Don?
None at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Applicant?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke, here this morning on behalf of the applicants. We do have the full project team here today. Beverly Milligan's here, and also Roland Weinman, as you know, the owners of the property since 2012. Applicants' professional planners are also here, Mr. Vanass and Mr. Galander with the neighborhood company. The current zoning of the property, as you heard from staff, is CPD, commercial plan development, and we are seeking a rezone to a different CPD. So this is CPD to CPD. This is not a comprehensive plan amendment. You also heard from Ms. Probst we're in the future land use designation of Boulevard, and we are compliant with that future land use designation. Again, this is not a comprehensive plan amendment, but you are looking at it, of course, with respect to your rezoning criteria. So we are seeking to change the master concept plan that was previously approved under the existing CPD zoning. There are a number of deviations, 6 of them specifically, in order to make the project work. With respect to the procedures for your rezoning process, we are fully compliant with going through your process. We had our pre-app meeting. We also did a community outreach meeting, and we've worked closely with your staff on this application, on those deviations, the specific language, and also the conditions that staff is proposing, which we're agreeable with. We believe that the presentations that will follow mine today from the professional planners will provide you with the competent substantial evidence as it's described in the Florida case law, as your town attorneys pointed out, will allow you, that evidence presented today will allow you to recommend approval of this application to town council, and we hope that that's your decision today. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Vanass, Madam Chair. I would like respectfully to reserve some time for rebuttal in the event there are comments or questions. And with
Thank
that,
you very much.
Mr. Vanass, thank you all.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Mr. Vanass?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Patrick Vanass, certified planner with the neighborhood company. It's a pleasure to be before the LPA today.
It's a pleasure to have you, Patrick.
Thank you. And it's even more of a pleasure to be able to speak to you individually or in this public forum openly and transparently, and not being an LPA member or not having a discussion. So really appreciate that. Really appreciate your time to go over these applications and walk you through them previously. So before I turn things over to Mr. Galander, my colleague, who's going to walk you through the detailed application, detailed project, what I want to do is I want to provide a little context, a little history, a little background. As you know, I've been on this island for 21 years. I know the history of this project, and I was also involved with the previous rezone on this property to CPD. So before I go into that rezone and some of the details, I got called in 2020 by Beverly Grady, who was the attorney representing the applicants, and she was having challenges get through the relationship with the town manager and the challenges of getting through that process. And I had heard some chatter in town about how the town manager was operating and his regime. And when I really looked into the challenges they were facing going through that rezone, I could definitely tell that they weren't being treated fairly. And that's why I signed on and was part of that team to bring that project forward. So without going into too much detail on the zoning application, just to give you a little background, this property was originally developed in the 1950s, 1960s. Those were individual cottages and one larger building with a few units in there, and that's the one that still remains standing to this day. It had 12 residential units. And Jim, you know, your question of density is indeed relevant. We're going to talk about that as part of our presentation. But those were 12 residential units. This was a rental community, and it thrived for many, many years. It was housing for people that lived, worked, and played on this island, and it provided a great little community for them. Unfortunately, in the 90s and early 2000s, there was a change of ownership, and the maintenance wasn't kept up. The building started being dilapidated, and there was a different element that started occupying the premises. And it became one of those areas in town where we had a lot of code enforcement issues and we had a lot of police enforcement issues. However, Roland and Beverly looked at the property and they saw a diamond in the rough. They had a vision, they had a dream of turning that little residential neighborhood into a resort and keeping those historic cottages and making it a small resort that would cater to return visitors and kind of a family resort also with groups that were families, because some of those units were residential units in nature, so they had kitchens and bathrooms. So really catering to the longer stay type of folks. So the good thing is they bought the property 12 years ago. They immediately started cleaning it up. And when they took over, the police enforcement issues ceased immediately. So that was a great thing, very positive. Unfortunately, their code enforcement nightmare began at that point. And without going into all the details, they were facing a lot of fines, a lot of challenges, enforcement issues from the town. I would have thought that the town and the town manager would have liked working with someone that was trying to improve the property, enhance it. They thought they would be embraced. However, that wasn't the case. It was very difficult, very challenging. So before they started investing significant sums of money to update all those cottages, and keep in mind, pretty much all those cottages were non-conforming. They were old historical cottages built at different time when the codes were very different. So there were non-conformities all over the place. And again, they were afraid that they could get shut down or fined at any given time. So in order to feel confident moving forward, investing a lot of money, they decided to go through the rezone. And that rezone essentially was to legitimize what they had on site and kind of eliminate those nonconformities so they wouldn't have those perpetual fines or code enforcement issues. So they went through that process. They brought me in. from the get-go, what I told him is, I think you are leaving density on the table. Basically, what you're asking for is much less than what could be legally obtained. And I'll go into this a little bit. So these were residential units, and we have this ability in our code with this conversion matrix. You start off with residential units. If you want to get hotel units, you can apply this multiplier of 2.5 in their case for this property. So they had 12 existing units on site, and Ken, if you can forward that to the existing MCP. So that's the MCP that they had approved through their rezone. And essentially, what the rezone allowed for was 2 more than what was existing on site, 14 units. The extra 2 would have been a new cottages with 2 units on there. And it also gave them the ability to move 2 of the existing cottages and have a small restaurant and a small souvenir boutique on site. Ken, if you want to go back to the plat, however. So going back to this multiplier, if you look at this plat, the area identified in yellow is the subject property. It is platted for 12 lots. Those lots, when we look at today's code, are non-conforming lots, are a little smaller than what code currently allows. As you know, individuals can come in and ask for a minimum use determination, which allows them to put 1 single-family home on each of those lots. So if we apply the multiplier in the code today, by right, they could take those 12 single-family units, multiply those by 2.5, and they have 30 lodging units. So what's important today is we agree with staff's math, and part of the confusion, part of the way this is getting complicated is we want to provide some live-work units. Ken will address this in more detail, but we really look at it as our starting point today is by right, they could put 30 lodging units on that property today. Or conversely, they could do 12 single-family units, and they could build those single families as big as they can fit on the property. And that's our starting point. And what we are requesting today is a true mixed-use project with commercial at the bottom, which would provide commercial space that we would cater to existing businesses. We do have a bunch of businesses that are having difficulties with their current property owners to be able to get back into their buildings. So it could cater to those folks. But obviously the intent is to have commercial space that is a benefit both to the residents and to the visitors. Also above that would be a boutique hotel, and that's in keeping with the dream they've always had to have a hotel that caters to families and longer term stays where people come back every year and they build relationships with those patrons. So without further ado, I'll turn things over to Ken. He'll walk you through the density. We know it's an important issue. I think it'll make sense. We are going from 30 to 45, so it's an increase of 15 units. Given the economics of rebuilding, and a lot of you are in the same boat that I'm in, you guys know firsthand how expensive it is to rebuild, the challenges of meeting new FEMA requirements and code requirements. And we believe the 15 additional units is a very reasonable request. And we've made every effort to design a project that is in keeping with this island, that is consistent with the vision for this neighborhood, and that provides benefits both to the residents and the visitors. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Ken, and I'll be here for any kind of questions and comments later on. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Pat. Again, Ken Galander for the record, Neighborhood Company. Pat prefaced it and laid this foundation very well for us. But I don't want to belabor the points, but again, we're going from commercial plan development to CPD. And as we outlined, this is a true mixed-use development that we're proposing, which fits within the vision of what this heart of the island, of a component of your comprehensive plan, describes for this area. So looking at a 45-unit, as we referenced, a boutique-type hotel with limited commercial, approximately 9,000 square feet, and live-work units of 4 of those. So as described, we're seeking that additional 15 lodging units. Pat referenced the commercial component through our efforts and, community meetings and talking with the public, and Pat's intimate knowledge and Beverly and Roland's intimate knowledge of needs and wants of what's been affected in the community. This health and wellness aspect of it really bubbled up to the surface. So that is an element that we really want to provide an opportunity that these individuals that may have been located off island or wanting to come back, or new locals or new opportunities. That's an element that we just want to focus on. But again, I think there's also just a need for quality commercial space that can be utilized in this heart of the island area. This allows, in consistency with our comprehensive plan, we obviously are able to move through this rezone opportunity. Again, there are 3 designated strap parcels, approximately just over an acre. Future land use designation boulevard, as Mr. Davies pointed out, and the existing use out there currently is a majority of it's vacant, but they've had an opportunity to provide for some housing in the building to the very rear of the property. Obviously, the surrounding uses, we have the public rights of way where we are located, this Bay Oaks Recreational Campus, this interim town hall facility, obviously the elementary school, and then other mix of commercial and lodging surrounding us, and again, the library and the unfortunately vacant church. Let's see. Keep turning my pages, but I'm not turning the slides. Provide an aerial photo, and we all know where we're located, but we've identified this is the property at the corner of Estero School and Oak Street. What we have here is the proposed master concept plan. Just to point out some key elements to what we're proposing, and in keeping with the desired design and form of this part of the town. The building, which is the darker shaded footprint, is oriented close to Estero Boulevard, also oriented close to School Street. And in order to do that, a few of our deviations reflect that ability to move the building closer. That just enhances that interaction with the public realm. And we'll be able to really visualize that with our renderings that we've conceptually put together to show that. And consistent with a lot of the development form that is desirable is the parking is to the rear and centrally located within the property. And the accessibility, we have designed it to utilize and relocate existing access points, and through our effort of reducing the multiple access points and parking within the right-of-way that it currently exists. So those are right out onto Oak Street in order to get to School Street, and then the full ingress, egress at that point in the northeast corner of the property. In terms of our buffering and enhanced through our alternative landscape betterment plan, we do have there is a residential structure to the west of us. We have provided for the 15-foot type C buffer, but in our alternative landscape betterment plan we have proposed that typically requires a wall. We just don't feel that that's necessary. We've enhanced it with landscaping and more natural features that we think more complement that interaction with the adjacent properties. Again, our location is in that heart of the island, and the intent of this is to encourage the infill opportunities. And of course, due to the unfortunate events of Hurricane Ian, there's these opportunities to provide that infill type redevelopment. And they encourage that mix of uses, which this project certainly does, and provides that commercial opportunities and those retail services, not only for the visitors that may be that would be staying at the hotel, but also for the visitors, coming to the residents. Right, I'm sorry, and that may be going to the ball fields or to the library. It just adds that element of complementary uses. It is a transitional zone between the downtown, the more heavily urbanized area, and then, as referenced in your comprehensive plan, that quiet center. So this is that area that we're not looking for anything extravagant and very over the top. So this is that element of that transition. As we said, we want to design the project to activate the public realm, the build two lines, getting that building closer to Estero Boulevard and School Street. The vehicle access, again, primary behind the building, providing for appropriate pedestrian connections and improving that that situation and that ability to complement and to encourage pedestrians in that area. So what we're going to do is just walk through some of our renderings that we have seen. However, I think it's just beneficial that we show what we're wanting to promote and redevelop on this property. So this is an image that's at the corner of Estero and School Street. So with this, we're really wanting to provide for that corner ambiance, a very distinct and inviting element to the property. Again, as Pat mentioned, the ground floor or the first floor would be your commercial uses. And with that, we're wanting to provide for this pedestrian arcade. So the area under those awnings is actually set back a little bit. So then you can walk throughout the development, out of the elements, et cetera, but also complementing the infrastructure that the town has put in along the right of way as well. And encouraging, and not encouraging, but wanting to do the landscaping that the Heart of Island has even expressed as wanting those palm-lined streets. So we want to incorporate this vision that's been in place in the town for years, and we're wanting to do that both along Estero Boulevard and School Street. This is the elevation directly adjacent to Estero Boulevard. You can see the elements of the structure being, the height as being less towards the western portion, which is adjacent to the single-family home, and that where the arbor pergola structure is, that is the pool deck that would be serving the hotel visitors and guests. Again, the first story is the commercial. That second story would then be your lodging units. Above that, integrated in the dormers and et cetera, would be other units. And then the top floor would be other units. But as an element of this, we are stepping back as you go higher. The roof lines and the height and the portions of those buildings are stepped back, sort of like a wedding cake approach. This is looking the other way towards the library along Estero Boulevard. Again, just showing those elements, the articulation and the architectural features that we desire and wanting to provide for and complementing this area of town. This is looking down School Street, the intent of engaging that public realm, providing for just amenities that, as children may be walking to and from school, waiting for their parents, that could be a spot for them to wait out of the shade or in the shade. This is a view of the interior portion, and this represents what we have proposed in terms of providing for the work-live or live-work units. Those would be along the western portion side, utilizing, elevating those to provide for the parking for visitors, guests, and people coming to the commercial component of the development. I want to hit on height. This slide represents identifying, obviously, our project, but the single-family home to the west and then the public library to the right. I know it's hard to see the information on the slide, but we are zoned height is 11 feet BFE plus the 3 freeboard, which is what we define as the design flood elevation. So that'd be 14 feet. And from that point up to the midpoint is 37 feet. And that is, the 7 feet is our deviation that we're requesting. Overall height, which is just strictly looking at from ground floor to the top of the roof structure, we're looking at 50 feet. And it's, again, a component of 4 stories, the ground, and then the 3 floors above it. In terms of our relationships and compatibility with other structures surrounding us, the library is approximately 59 feet high. So we are within relatively complementary to that height. We're below it. And even with the single-family home to the west, and as we pointed out, our design shifts the majority of the height to the, it would be the right side here or more to the eastern side in the lower portion and along the residential side. In terms of what's coming down the road, and as a result of the hurricane, we know that structures across the beach area, they're going to be within the 50-foot height because of having to design and build according to the FEMA regulations. Next slides are just additional slides showing how we are stepping back and using the form and the design to not create necessarily an overwhelming and a walled-off effect of a structure. The varied roof lines, everything that we believe that the town has been seeking in terms of good design and form in the development. It's the same slide as before, again showing the step back or the wedding cake approach. And this is a view along School Street showing the fenestration or the windows and the articulation of the development. So, as it's been discussed before, let's go into a little bit of this density and the intensity part. So, as we've identified that we're at this 45-unit boutique hotel as part of a mixed-use development. And as we want to identify, there's really 2 density equivalency scenarios that we're dealing with. Again, as Sarah described before, Pat also referenced, is we have those 12 underlying dwelling units as part of the minimum use determination. And we recognize that it's appropriate utilizing the 4 proposed live-work dwelling units. That leaves us with 8, and times the equivalency factor appropriate for this development. That provides us the ability to reach that 20 lodging units. So under this scenario, using the equivalency factor math, that would require 25 additional lodging units beyond the 30 by right. Now, as we developed the project, as we thought about what could we provide in this mixed-use element, the town is seeking to encourage, and even in the policies under the heart of the island, it even speaks to live-work opportunities and this mix of uses in this area. So, and the town has looked at and thought about how we can provide for some level of attainable housing, workforce housing, affordable housing, however you want to call it, but just opportunities for different housing types on this island. So we thought, well, let's integrate this live-work unit and seeing it as a benefit. It's a component that the city or that the town would like to see. And however, if we were to eliminate that live-work component, that density, then we're looking at applying that equivalency factor to the full 12 dwelling units, because we would not have those live-work units, even though we see that as a benefit. That then changes our calculations to 15 additional lodging units beyond our 30 by right. So the last bullet there is, if we were to seek the 15 additional lodging units, that's 1.5 times the by right, or a 50% increase. If we were to utilize keeping the live-work units and deducting those out of the original 12, that moves us up to a 2.25 increase, or 125%. And just for perspective, the town has allowed for and approved a density increase of 200%, or even 3 times what they were allowed. So we're well below, in both of our scenarios, that allowance that's been set. Patrick already looked at and confirmed the subdivision, the existing lots. So in terms of how we can apply this density, and as Sarah pointed out, and as this town, and we understand it's not been adopted, but I think it behooves us to look at the applicability of the floor area ratio. And it is a universally applied tool. In my prior life, looking at FAR and dealing with this in other jurisdictions, it's something that you really have to work at, but it is appropriate in terms of looking especially at mixed-use development. Gives you that tool, along with, your appropriate setbacks, your height. It's a very applicable tool, and I commend the town for looking at this and thinking differently. But if we are to apply the FAR under the Boulevard future land use, we are actually allowed to seek up to 1.5 FAR. That would allow a maximum gross floor area or building area of 67,300 square feet. Under the CR zoning, which is the applicable standard when you're moving towards the CPD, the floor area ratio is 1.2, which is a 53,580 square foot building area. And what we're looking at overall for our gross floor area, which also includes, the town includes under building parking, which we think is a little bit of something that needs to be evaluated in itself, is 53,463 square feet. So we're below, yes, by 1/100th of a digit, the allowable maximum under the CR zoning of 1.2. In terms of transportation and parking, our TIS has been reviewed by staff, accepted by staff, and how it addresses the designated constrained transportation facility, or your Stellar Boulevard. And it has been determined that this mixed-use development will not create any adverse transportation impacts on the existing impacted roadway network. I think another element that we really want to dive into to help understand our perspective on is regarding the parking. And as we determined, and I believe Sarah mentioned it was 89 space, it's 89.9, so we'd be happy if it was you didn't have to, you rounded down. But we decided, well, we'll just round up to 90 spaces. And in our deviation number 3, we're seeking that 30% parking reduction, which is what we found is pretty universal. The Sandy Bottoms project was originally approved for 30% parking reductions, and that's just a few blocks down the road. Other projects have been allowed parking reductions. But what we wanted to help identify that we're dealing with is, and this is typical for many, many communities and communities that we work in, is behavior of vehicles and use of parking lots, that a lot of the parking regulations and standards are outdated. They just haven't been updated to reflect. Perfect example are banks. People just don't go to banks, but you still have these large parking lots that are still unvacant or unused or underutilized. And what data is currently showing is that 25 to 30% spaces are typically unused for a majority of developments these days, which encourages vehicle use, which impacts the roadways, which is something that the town is just thinking about and striving to work on elements to improve upon how we can deal with that. But as I mentioned before, parking reductions are allowed in other areas of town. We are promoting, as stated in policies and regulatory options, is the multimodal options, using different modes of transportation in the town. We want to use the bicycle use and parking for it. Yes, we are asking for a reduction of 4 vehicle spaces by providing 16 bicycle spaces. Yes, that's beyond the strict limit of what the code says is you get 1 vehicle space for just 4 parking spaces. Well, we're not asking for anything 10 bicycle racks and, a significant 10 vehicle spaces compared to that. But we believe our deviation incorporating this request is appropriate. The development is committed to having bikes for guests that, if they choose not to encourage them not to drive or utilize, as we've been discussing in potentially other projects, as they get to their destination without a vehicle, provide them a bicycle to maneuver around. I've experienced that in other places, and it works beautifully. So they understand that and are willing to utilize that. Accessibility to the trolley stop. The town is making efforts, Lee Tran's making efforts to provide for these strategic spots. Let's encourage that opportunity to use that, and it's 100 feet away from this development. And as we said before, the pedestrian connectivity, the design of the project, this promotes that element of people walking down the street. This gives them a destination to, well, let's just walk down there rather than having to worry about driving along Estero Boulevard. So thinking about other mitigation or other methods that we could focus on and that we're willing to evaluate and moving forwards to address parking is there's obviously the opportunity for valet of the hotel and restaurant. And this could, per our design, allow for approximately 8 to 10 spaces that could be doubled up. Valet service, they manage vehicles and they understand how to park them, maneuver them around. The Prior Meyer side actually had a agreement with the town to utilize approximately 4 spaces along Oak Street. So they would like to continue that opportunity to utilize. There's unused spaces along this area. We understand that
you haven't included that, though. That's not in your calculation.
that is not included. None of these are included. We understand, as we were talking before, there's just underutilized parking that's within close proximity. You have the church. Unfortunately, yes, it's not being used at this point in time, but there's land area that could be used for shared parking. Potentially 5, even 10 plus spaces there. One unique aspect of the land development code is you double count spaces when you have a restaurant. and then the restaurant has a bar, you count both that square footage towards your parking requirement. So we're proposing a restaurant with a bar, and so that adds approximately 2.4 odd spaces to our parking calculation. So we just don't feel that double counting is necessarily appropriate, but that's how the code reads. But if that was to go away, we would gain, 2 to 3 spaces there. And as we've communicated with town leaders, there's just an idea of working on a more comprehensive transportation, parking, mitigation, and you all will certainly, I think, be involved in that or wanting to push that along. And we are committed to working with that. How can we think outside the box to try and improve less impacts on the Estero Boulevard and promoting alternative ways to get around and reducing the impacts of parking? I think that's just a trend that we really need to focus on. With regards to, we're consistent with the criteria under the comprehensive plan, redeveloping the town with desirable commercial services along Estero Boulevard in those neighborhoods, the pedestrian-friendly design, the compatibility, maintaining it with the mixture of the surrounding uses. We want to focus on there's nonconformities, especially in terms of the access points and the vehicle locations. So those are going to be eliminated, improving that pedestrian safety and the vehicular circulation. Building code, meeting FEMA flood zone compliance, being in the coastal A zone. As we've said, many of the projects and urban services already exist and supporting the redevelopment. And the site has already been impacting, this is a redevelopment area, so no environmentally critical areas. For the deviations, we believe, again, the objective of the plan development, that flexibility, our deviations are appropriate. None are deemed to negatively impact the public's health, safety, and welfare. Again, that provides us the flexibility to really move this project along in terms of redevelopment. The town is really seeking these opportunities for something to start coming out of the ground, and the consistency of our proposed deviations are consistent with the comp plan. So a major component of what we're requesting, the increase of lodging units and our proposed development, we just want to identify, and we've got a list of public benefits we feel are applicable. Again, that elimination of nonconformities on the site. The opportunity to redevelopment, we're providing for that resilient and hardened development that will hopefully sustain the next storms, but it certainly will be beyond what was existing there before. Enhancing and increasing the buffers and setbacks where abutting residential and civic uses, but providing for those improved, enhanced buffers and areas for the public realm, and creating that pedestrian-friendly environment that's encouraged by your comprehensive plan and land development code. The ability to reduce vehicle trips, as we were discussing before, of encouraging the bicycle, pedestrian, and I'd have to say, just trying to encourage more of the transit, the LeTran opportunities that they've invested along Estero Boulevard. Those neighborhood commercial goods and services that we feel are so critical for a town to be able to have those opportunities, to have those that square footage that they can use or come and benefit from. That one-stop shop for the health and wellness is an idea that we'd really like to encourage, and we feel that that would be a benefit to the town of knowing that that health and wellness aspect is concentrated and available for town residents and even visitors if they need that type of service. Complementary mixed use to that civic center envisioned for this heart of the island area. We feel that the architecture that we have conceptually representative is a benefit. That form goes a long way to bringing the community and bringing that momentum going and contributing to the redevelopment of the island with this mixed-use development certainly would strengthen the town's tax base. So we are in agreement with the staff recommendation of approval and conditions. We honest, as we've worked through this for months and months and garnered public input and met with you and met with others, this isn't audacious. This isn't an extreme. This is an exorbitant request. It's very reasonable. It's very appropriate for this area. And we just respectfully request a recommendation by the LPA to the town council to approve this rezoning. And I think Pat wants to chat with you some more, so I'll hand it over to you, Pat.
Great. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
Just to add a few things that came to mind as Ken was talking. Again, reiterating that this is a very reasonable request. And I know that you have received a public comment letter that we also received. And I want to emphasize that great architecture and great design can't be minimized. It can't be dismissed. When you think of great places that you like going to and the sense of place that is created with good design and the appropriate projects in the appropriate place, to call that, to dismiss it as a public benefit, I think is very short-sighted. If you look at a very different scale, but if you look at the Mercado in Naples, if you were to dismiss and say, that's a private development, what's the benefit to the public? I think it's an iconic site for Naples. There is a great benefit there. If you were to look at Santini, for example, and say, well, that's just a commercial site, there's no public benefit. Well, I would say go talk to all those people on the southern end of the island, and they can't wait for Santini to reopen because there is
Neither
a great
can I.
benefit. Right. Yeah. So please don't dismiss the importance of that. And I think there's been discussion about how important form is, and to not get hung up on density numbers and exact height numbers. And if the form is right and the look is right and we are consistent with the comp plan, and again, going back to the FAR, that's why the FAR becomes a better tool. We are consistent with the FAR, and the exact density and exact ratio is not all that important. But also, I'd like to talk about height, just because Ken didn't go into a detail that we discussed with you guys. So when asking for deviation for height, we have to use the CR zoning district as a base district for us. However, there is a section of the code that allows anybody on this island, including residents, to get an additional story of height and to get an additional 5 feet if they meet certain requirements. Some of those requirements are if you stair-step your building, provide a greater setback on your upper floor, or if you don't fully enclose your downstairs. So that would allow anybody to get up to 35 feet zone height. We are asking for 37. And we have that stair step. We've been very careful with our design to provide a quality design. So essentially that deviation for height is truly a deviation of 2 feet. Technically, it's 7 because we start from the CR zoning district, but anybody on this island can avail themselves of that extra 5 feet and extra story. Also, I'd like to point out that we have provided letters of support for the project, including the immediate resident to the west. They've provided a letter of support. The church also has provided a letter of support, and we have someone that provided a letter of support, hair salon, that said they are truly interested in that space and can't wait for the project to open and they be a potential tenant. Also, would like to point out on the benefits, if we go back to the conditions of the original PD zoning, the applicant provided a $12,000 payment in lieu for construction of the sidewalk along School Street. So that money is still available. The intent is to have a sidewalk, so there would be a sidewalk. There would also be a pedestrian arcade. So again, really improving and enhancing that corridor, making it a lot more pedestrian friendly. With regards to the live-work units,
How big are those, Patrick?
they're small efficiency units around 500 square feet. There was a lot of discussion right after the hurricane of doing something associated with, call it whatever you want, attainable housing, workforce housing, worker housing, employee housing on the island. We know that as things have evolved, it's become a little less important, little less in that public discourse. We see it as a benefit still. We would like to make those first available to the tenants of the building and those businesses. We think it could be a way for them to attract and retain good employees. So if you've got a manager at your business and you provide them housing right there on the spot, it could be seen as a great benefit. That's a way to reduce a few trips on the road. We know it's not very significant, but it does help us with our workforce, creating a sense of community and getting stable people and good service for these businesses. So we see it as a benefit. If you guys see it as a detriment when it comes to the ratio and how we calculate the density, look, we're willing to remove those. That wasn't the intent. The primary intent is really the mixed use of the commercial and the 45 lodging units. We truly saw those as a benefit to the commercial tenants and to the town. Also,
Can I back you up for a second, though? You said we'd like to offer them first to the
Yes.
employees. That means that they're up for grabs.
They're available. They have to be. We can condition this, no problem. With there'd have to be a demonstration of that employment on the island, that you have to be employed on the island. You have to demonstrate that, and that it has to be a long-term lease, meaning at least 6 months and above, and that would be tracked and demonstrated on a quarterly or biannually basis.
Okay.
Last thing, there was mention of the COP on the property. And I just want to make sure that we all agree on this, we understand. So, and when I was talking about previous regime maybe overstepping, we were mandated at the last minute to ask for a deviation related to that COP previously. And I just want to remind everybody that we went through that elaborate discussion and it was supported by town council. However, in reading the state statutes and having a discussion with Sarah, if you are a restaurant that's allowed to serve alcohol, but you are a primary restaurant, we've talked about this at the LPA, more than 50% of your sales, 51% of your sales and higher is for food service. You don't need special permission from a state standpoint. You have a restaurant, you're allowed to serve alcohol within your restaurant, you do not need a deviation for it. That's why it's not part of this. Do they need to get and obtain a COP from the state? Of course they do. But from a zoning standpoint at the local level, our understanding is nothing is needed because they are a restaurant, not a bar. And again, that's an example of the overreach in the previous regime. So with that said, I'll be happy to answer any questions and address your comments. And
Patrick, there was objection from the school board on the last CPD relative to alcohol sales. You haven't heard anything this time?
No, and I think, again, with the previous regime, by calling it out when it should have never been called out, that's what precipitated that issue. Again, we are a restaurant, like many other restaurants, that will sell alcohol, but we are not a bar.
Okay. Questions? John?
Yeah, I have a question. Believe it or not, it's about the 4 units which you seem willing to do away with if there's no public benefit. my mind, instead of for efficiencies, and I know this is getting in the weeds in design, but 2,000-foot units might actually allow you to have a family in there that would contribute to the schools. And perhaps be a little more stable for your manager, or quite frankly, even somebody else who lives on the island, perhaps a teacher or somebody else.
We're more than happy to entertain that. We're getting nods here from the applicants. If you look at our design, that is the lowest part of the building. It's only 1 story above. There is room to make these units bigger. Again, we were trying to be a little conservative here, and initially the idea was to provide more rather than fewer, but larger units might make sense, and that's a good comment. We'll evaluate that for sure.
Thank you.
Questions, Jim? If you're not ready, I can come back to you.
No,
I didn't know. if you were
my
ready.
question is really, I mean, it's a great design, like you said, it's a beautiful project, fits well, but I'm struggling a little bit with the parking. If you have 60 spots and you took 4 off for bikes, you have 56 spots, and you have 3 handicap that I guess they're required, but they're not totally available. You have 53 spots, you got 45 units, you got 9,000 square feet of commercial, some of which is restaurant, which is a little higher intensity in use. Is, it would be nice, you mentioned the library, you mentioned the church. It would be nice if there was some overflow plan that was specific, because it seems like there's a deficit on the parking.
Yeah, and Ken can address the exact numbers, but I think it's 60 parking spaces plus the bike racks. I get your point. I think there's numerous ways we can address that, and that could be conditioned also as part of any kind of recommendation that you make. But let me address a few things. Our codes are typically overparked for most uses. Also, when you do a mixed use, you have some internal capture, and most places reduce the amount of required parking when you do that mixed use. Because again, you're creating kind of a venue where you encourage bicycle and pedestrian use, and you also acknowledge that all the parking spaces will not be utilized at the same time of day. That being said, fully understand your point. We think we have solutions. We've presented some of those solutions. Previously, Bev and Roland were leasing out 4 spaces that for the longest time along Oak Street, there was parking there that was public parking. And they had 2 driveways, and some of their folks used that parking space. Later on, the town said, no, it's our right of way, and we'll lease those to you. And they entered into an agreement to lease those. Fully open to that idea. Again, we don't think that 30% is that great of a reduction. As mentioned, there are other projects, including Sandy Bottoms, that came forward today that had that 30% reduction already. But we believe that it makes sense, and should there be a need to mitigate for it, there are solutions, including valet parking that we can do on site, including a shared parking agreement with the church, and there's been discussion with the church. Unfortunately,
And
right.
you're willing to have those as conditions to your
Well, the condition that we have to address that and come up with a solution when we get to council, because, for example, we've talked to the church. The church at this point hasn't decided what they're going to do with their building. They acknowledge that they have additional parking. They've always had additional parking. They had that great grassy area right by the library, and that every time the school had an event,
Everybody
people would
parked
park in that grassy area. So they see it as, we can potentially do a shared parking agreement. We get some revenue out of it. It could be a win-win, but they can't make that decision right now. because they have not decided what their redevelopment plan is. Same thing with Bay Oaks. Right now, we have Town Hall here, which changes a little bit the character of things. But, you know, if we go back to how Bay Oaks always ran before Town Hall was here, there was overflow parking, and there was an opportunity where the town could lease some parking space and make some revenue from that arrangement. So we think there are ways to mitigate for that, and we'd be happy to explore that and talk to staff maybe until we get the council and come forward, council, with something that might work.
Patrick, you know there's discrepancies in the number of units you're asking for. On page 470 of the proposal, it says 42 units. And then...
Yes, we've noticed some little discrepancies as we went along, so we created the narratives early in the process, and as things evolved, going back and forth with staff and changing the application a little bit, I think we didn't go back and correct the narrative fully, but...
the correct number is 45.
The correct number is 45
Is
lodging
45
units.
with the 4 or 45?
No, that's 45 lodging units plus the 4.
So 49.
We're talking 49.
Yeah.
Questions,
No?
Jane?
No, I'm sorry.
We should not mix the two.
No, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with the parking issue. That's my biggest problem because I'm thinking 9,000 square feet of retail, 2,000 of that being a restaurant. I don't know, that's 2,200 of it being restaurant was what was in here, I think, and that's bigger than my house. And I was sitting in my house going, okay, how many tables and chairs could be fit in my house with a kitchen?
A lot.
And I'm thinking 70 at least. And I'm thinking...
Not 70 tables.
70 people, 70 chairs.
people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, how do they get there? And my other thing is, having a hotel prior, most people did bring cars. And so if 45 people are going to be there at night to sleep, that's the difference in Sandy Bottoms, is nobody is living on top of that building and required to be able to sleep there. That's, I think 14 parking spaces, or 14 or 15 parking spaces for 9,000 square feet of commercial use. Where does the employees that are going to serve these people, where are the cooks, where are the spa people going to park, where are their clients going to park? And I realize that all of that would be, in and out for the spa people because they can only handle one person on a mat. But, the point is, it's the conglomeration of all of that, having employees working there and customers, that I don't see how the retail works with parking. And I don't see how you can add more parking spaces.
And I would totally respect that perspective but you have to, again, your land development code allows for, they call it a multiple occupancy complex. And that's another term for this mixed use. So through your code, you can look at, you're going to have all these uses there, and it reduces the required number because they understand that there's going to be shared or internal capture for, I might park here, go to the restaurant, get my hair done, this, that, and the other. So you don't have to have all those parking spaces for that. You also have to take into consideration most hotels aren't fully occupied 100% of the time, all the time.
But that's the goal.
Sure, that would be a desirable, but, you look at your targets, they build 1,000 parking space for one time in the year, and the rest of the time it's vacant, and it's just poor use of resources. It's, you're over parking, you're over providing for that facility. So you just have to, you have to think about these other components that are intertwined. And I think a component of I think is an opportunity is you can further analyze your uses through a special parking analysis that's done, and understanding the behaviors of the visitors, behaviors of the type of uses that you're looking at. So that's an opportunity down the road as part of the development order that could be used to further determine the exact parking. But through what we're seeing, utilizing your land development code, the potential for these real-time opportunities, I think our parking is reasonable and appropriate.
Well, I mean, if you can get the cook, the dishwasher, the 2 waitresses at least, the bartender, the concierge person to seat them, and, that's,
But Jane, that's not the standard we utilize with downtown, for example. Okay,
but it's not downtown.
I know, but there's places downtown that don't require parking at all. So what we're saying,
Downtown's a lot more walkable.
understood, but you also have to understand that we are a very short bike ride to downtown. And we also are, think, trending as a town in trying to look at parking in a different way and look at how it encourages vehicle trips or not, and looking at alternatives. And that could be through, paid parking spaces, or at some point, kind of a push for public parking. So I fully understand what you're saying, but I don't think the right way of looking at it is saying 45 rooms, a chef, a maid, a this or that. Because again, that's not how parking ratios and requirements work. They're based on IT manuals where they look at things comprehensively and establish an amount. And I think right now a 30% reduction is consistent with a lot of other communities where if you do a parking study, if you are in that range of a 20 to 30% reduction, staff can approve that administratively in most jurisdictions.
Okay,
So-
Patrick, hold on a second. Doug, Don, do you also have concerns about parking or no?
I'd like to comment on parking, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think the parking's okay, because I think one of our goals in our comprehensive plan is to reduce traffic, and less parking. People are going to be more motivated to find some other way to get to the beach than drive a car if they can't find a place to park. Not that I want to burden that, but in addition, in that very area, you've got, I imagine at night, if you could work something out with the library, there's a whole big parking lot there that's totally not used at night. There's all of the parking around here that's probably not used at night, that you could arrange valet parking for your restaurant. They could arrange valet parking at the library for the restaurant, which would be preferable actually than people trying to drive around and find a parking spot. And I think as we look at these future developments on the island, we're going to see that we can't fit in all of the parking that we're used to seeing. And maybe that's a good thing in my mind, because, who wants a Walmart parking lot, using all that land up for just because we're trying to meet some code that's convenient. But I think 20 years from now, we're going to see less cars on the beach. So got to look
Don,
to the
do you
future.
have a concern about parking?
I think there's this particular project has a lot of opportunity to address the parking situation. There's no question. I mean, you do the math on it. Forget about the code for a minute. Practicality of it is you're going to need more spots than's there. I mean, we're going to see people parked in Bay Oaks. We're going to see people parked in the library. We're going to see people parked down at the whatever the little shopping center is there.
Oh, no, you won't.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will,
No,
because
you won't.
they'll charge for parking, and anyway. But the point being, people will park somewhere. People will find it. I do think that's one of the things I think we talked about when I met with Ken and Patrick. But just I said, well, what about the buffer on School Street? Is there any way to get the town to put some pay parking spaces in, or put some sort of parking? I think of golf cart parking. It's smaller than vehicle parking. There's potentially, not saying redesign the project, but put a deck, right? Like one of the things I said is, hey, there's 4 dwelling units. How about 8? Or how about we put I don't think I said this, but put a parking deck one level up, right? And then you got double parking. And so I think there are ways to address it. I have the concern, but I think
those car lifts like they have
At Margaritaville, right. So there's ways to address it, and I think if the applicants are willing to address that with either some, parking agreements or other things, I think my concern is less. I think this project it's got a lot around it, right? It's an awesome looking design. I think the concept's great. I think a lot of thoughtful analytics went into looking at it and how do we make this work. This is going to have to be done like 15 times, at least on this island, very similar kind of solutioning, if you will. So I think it's a great example of what we're going to have to see and what we're going to have to get a little more comfortable with. It's like the well, when we did the well, I'm like, man, there's no way. There was never enough parking at the well before. There still isn't going to be enough parking at the well, but it's a reality. That's where we live, right? That's where we are. We only have so much land, and I think we're going to have to get a little comfortable or get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it will encourage, as Doug said, I think it will encourage people, hey,
Not
I'm
to use
going to
the
ride
car.
my bike, or I'm going to, carpool to work, or whatever the case may be. I think there's going to have to be some bigger thoughts and solutions. So,
Jane, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you have
No,
other...
I think it's a great look. I love the design. I want it to succeed. My concern is that you have to have accessibility to have those businesses make it. And if it's too hard to get there, how are they going to succeed? And I just think the numbers are low on the parking to make it happen and be successful. And, I think that you need to somehow come up with more parking.
Well, we'll be happy to talk to our council folks and talk to staff about some of those solutions and be able to present something at the council meeting. Again, part of the making of the sausage is you have to come forward with a petition to be able to engage staff and start talking about those solutions.
Mhm.
And right now, we're not there yet. But I think by having come to the LPA and then needing to go to council, we can have those discussions and seriously talk about potentially like a lease of some of those parking spaces and some of those solutions.
Madam Chair, could I ask, just on the parking, is the thought of anyone that's got concerns with parking that we need the full code required parking? Because I actually don't even think that's enough, right? So
Exactly.
Even if we said, hey, figure it out, and you say, no problem, we'll figure it out. We'll put a parking deck, we'll put lifts on the parking deck level, and we'll get you all your spots. Still got the problem. It's the same problem.
Well, but look at the problem the town has created with where we are right now. The
Right.
pool has no parking.
Right.
Bay Oaks has no parking. And how can either of them succeed with
Right.
the town taking over all of their parking? That's just really sad.
Right, but nobody said to the town, you can't have a town hall here.
I know, but nobody asked. Because maybe we
Right.
would have.
Yeah.
Well, with your permission, let's see what the public has to say, okay? So I'm going to open the public hearing, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss some more. Is anybody here anybody here? Sherry? Oh, no, honey, come up. You're new to this process. So nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you all. All I'm saying is the
Your name for
location.
the record. Pull that down to your little stature.
Hi. I think the location.
Sherry, say your name for the record.
Hello, I am Sherry Dabrowski.
There you go.
I bought a house here in 2012. I've worked for Anita, which I love. But Bevan Rowland's facility is the location. It screams for walkers. I think anybody staying in Times Square, going out to dinner, will walk down to their establishment, hit the shops. They won't need cars. I think they are so accessible to everything. I feel like the library will be better utilized by the people that'll stay there. They're encouraging families. Our library is great for kids. So, I just think that I don't think parking is as big an issue as it could be. just because people are on bikes, and now they have those little electric scooters that you got to watch out for. So,
Thank you, Sherry.
yeah, location, I think they're great.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else care to speak? Yes, sir. Believe me, we understand.
Hi, my name is Gil Poff.
Hi, Gil Poff.
I've worked for Bevan Rowland since they opened. They turned a dump into a great place. Everybody that I dealt with that stayed there, they really enjoyed staying there. They had access to the beach right across the street, and in season they had the trolley. So what they're going to do now is turn something that they had that was good into something that's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else care to speak? Yes, sir.
Hello to everybody. My name is Marty Lemons. I am actually an owner of a condo at 2650 at Estero Beach Club East. So this development will be right across the street from our complex, and I think the design is great. Most of the people that I've talked to, I'm actually on the board at Estero Beach Club East. Most of the people that I've talked to are excited about having something like this across the street. We think it would enhance. And from a parking standpoint, I can understand the concerns. We have our own issues with parking as well because we have limited parking spots. And in high season, it's a challenge. But it always gets figured out one way or another. So my personal opinion would be, don't let parking be the thing that would mess up the opportunity to build something like this. That I think would be a great enhancement to the community. So,
Mr. Lemons, thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi everyone, my name is Gabriella Leonard and I've been Fort Myers my whole life and recently started living in Fort Myers Beach and just absolutely love it. Currently I'm away in law school, but I plan to come back and raise my kids here, that sort of thing. So I kind of want to have a unique younger perspective and just like with this direction. And I think this is a fantastic thing for Fort Myers Beach. I think that bringing in people and families and businesses would just be amazing, especially Mid-Island, of course, downtown Times Square area. It's getting rebuilt very quickly and there's a lot going on, a lot of people, a lot of traffic, but down here there's really nothing going on. So I think this would be a great opportunity for something like that. And I agree with what everyone has said about the parking. I think that one way or another, it'll work itself out. It's really not that big of a deal, in my opinion. Also, I think we should encourage people to walk and ride their bikes, things like that. I think spending the day on the beach and driving isn't always the best case scenario. So I think having people walk or take the tram or public transportation, Uber, that sort of thing is the best case scenario here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck with school. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Hello, my name is Joy Leonard, and I live here part-time on the island in Fort Myers for 15 years now. I absolutely love the design and the location. I had the unique opportunity to stay at Casa del Mar in Santa Monica. If any of you are familiar, look it up. It's absolutely beautiful, small. Santa Monica is still small, still nice and thriving. Most of their transportation is valet. It's not on property. They have no problem having people in there for dinner, lunch, breakfast, happy hour, all the things. And I support it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? No? Beverly, Roland, no?
Hi, I'm Bev Milligan for the record. I just wanted to do, first of all, thank you to staff for supporting this project. And I thought it might be helpful. Excuse me, I'm really nervous.
Don't be nervous. You've done this before.
I know, that's why I'm nervous. I wanted
Would you
to.
like a lifesaver?
No, maybe after. Maybe after. I just wanted to do a 360 from Myerside. If you're standing in the middle of Myerside. And our neighbors, so the town is our biggest neighbor, arguably. Okay, so in the town, again, I want to thank staff for working with us. You have been fantastic. Thank you. Bay Oaks. Every single unit that we had at Myerside had a membership to Bay Oaks. It was good for our guests. It was good for this community. Myerside has always supported this community. We will have 45 memberships and 49 if for the houses too. We will provide that to the staff housing. This is something to support our neighbors and our community, as we always have and always will. We encourage every builder on this island going forward who is providing staff units to buy a membership to Bay Oaks for each and every one of their units. It's good for the community and it's good for the guests. We have always supported Little League. From the beginning, our neighbor. And we've sponsored them. We've provided trees at the Christmas Tree Festival. We do whatever we can. And right now we can't do a lot because we don't know what's going on with Myerside. So we go to their games. That's what they need right now, and that's what we're doing. And we encourage everybody to support Little League and go to their games. It's good for the community. It's good for our kids. Going back to staff, I just want to talk about the Mound House for a minute. The Mound House is something that we have always supported at Myerside. And what we've always done is we have provided at no cost to our guests a free kayak tour or a walking tour at Mound House if you stay more than 2 days. The Mound House sent us a bill that supports our neighbor, the town, and that supports our guests. These things is being part of a community and being part of a business in this community. We will continue to do this for our guests and our community. I just want to tell you these things because we have been here and we have supported the community. We want to continue to do these things. They're important, and we encourage anybody in future who builds a hotel room on this island to do the same. With respect to the school, we supported the PTO. We've provided many, many free nights to help them fundraise. We will continue to do so. We have supported curriculum at the school. A neighbor, we will support our neighbors. As we move over to the Methodist Church, we have a very strong relationship with the Methodist Church. We have, from the beginning, as they have had staff changes, we have consistently supported them. We have a strong, strong letter of support that I will leave with Amy today.
We have it in our packet.
Okay. The library, I have made a presentation to the Board of Directors of the library, brought the concept plans, the drawings, engaged with all of them. They were very positive for this development. Very, very positive. I've spoke across the street. I spoke last week with Mary. She owns the property over there. They're beaten up from Ian. They're older. They're tired. We talked for quite some time. She supports this project. I didn't have the heart to ask her to prepare a letter for us, but they do support. Amy, Marty and Amy, our residential neighbor, they've been great from the very beginning. They built after us. They loved Myerside. They miss Myerside just as we do. Maybe not as much, but they do miss Myerside. But they do support this. We've had many lunches and discussions about what we're going to be doing, and they trust us that we're going to be good neighbors, as we always have been. So that brings us right back to the town staff. Again, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thanks, Beverly. Anybody else care to speak? Okay, hearing none, we'll close the public comment. Are there any follow-up questions for the staff or the applicant? Patrick, come back up. I have some questions for you. I'd like to add some conditions.
Okay.
I don't want Fred, no. Fred's over there. When we spoke, I am with you 100% on how important design is for the community, for the public space, for the enjoyment of people who will never walk inside a store or a hotel unit at Myerside. How do you feel about adding a condition that we spoke about that includes all of the images in your application as something that the end product has to pretty much look like this.
Yep, and we talked about this, and this is consistent with other jurisdictions, where when there is an approval for plan development, if there are renderings provided, the development can be conditioned upon building something that is generally consistent with those renderings. Obviously, the final architecture and structural engineers haven't looked at it yet, and we haven't worked through the permitting process.
But significantly consistent gives you that wiggle room.
Generally
you need.
consistent is not a problem.
Okay.
We've also provided an alternative planting plan, enhancement
I would
plan.
include that as well. That was another
And-
question.
And that is already designed DO level detail, and we are committed to that. And again, that could be part of the approval, and they will plant exactly what's in that plan.
Okay. And, I've asked when I've spoken with other hoteliers, what incentives will Myerside give to their clients not to come to the island with a car? So one hotelier I spoke with, I said, what if there is a concierge service that the hotel offers to pick somebody up from the hotel, or to have a car available for hotel users on the property, so when they decide they've got to go and get shells from Sanibel, they can go to Sanibel to get their shells without thinking about 45 more cars coming here.
You know, this is a challenging issue.
I do know it is, because it's outside of anything
Yeah.
that's being asked.
And-
But I
and-
think it's something you have to think about.
And we see it as a public-private partnership at this point. So we've had that discussion. They can definitely commit to all the literature on the website encouraging people not to drive. Also, when they talk to potential visitors on the phone, encouraging not to drive, explaining that there's transit, explaining that they have bikes. That's a given. That's the
What
minimum.
about a discount to somebody that doesn't bring a car?
So Jim Adderholt has brought up this DRAC program. We love the idea.
Okay.
Okay. However, we are committed to be part of that solution and part of that program or that policy if it becomes a town-wide policy. We don't think it's fair to put one business at a disadvantage versus another business, but should they just pass it as a policy? It doesn't have to be an expensive thing for the town. It's just that, if you're a hotel, you offer this discount if people don't drive their car. And if it's a consistent policy across the board, we more than support it for sure.
Okay.
So again, very good point, Anita. I think it becomes a bit of a policy decision at council, but we are completely supportive and would be part of town-wide solutions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Patrick while he's standing there?
Patrick, while you're there.
Yep.
Is the applicant willing to accept a condition that the applicant would present an overflow parking solution to the town council?
Yes. Yes. We'll have some time before we get to council. We will meet with them individually. We'll meet
Whether
with
it's the
staff.
church, whether it's
And-
ballet, whether it's lift, whether it's deck.
Or a
will
combination of all of
Yeah,
the
we
above.
will come prepared to address that issue.
Sarah, did you pull the mic over because you have a comment to that?
I'm not sure if this would meet what you're looking for and what you're willing to provide. Would a condition along the lines of the property owner commits to encouraging visitors and staff to arrive without an automobile if the proposed development's parking needs exceed the on-site parking provided, the applicant shall provide valet parking and/or coordinate with adjacent property owners and/or consider other parking options to provide adequate parking. So that leaves it very open. That leaves a lot of options.
It does.
to-
But as a condition, and then we can address it for
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
That We can
Thank you,
certainly
Sarah.
live with that.
Much fancier than yours, Jim.
She gets paid by the word.
I've been thinking about this through the entire conversation.
Any other questions for Patrick while he's there? Thank you very much for your presentation. Any follow-up questions for staff? You know, I'm amazed nobody's mentioned height. And because it really is
But
insignificant.
it's shorter than the
It's
library, and they
insignificant.
actually were very thoughtful with the way
Yes,
they
they
stepped
were.
it down to
I
the
agree.
residents.
I agree.
And it would be horrible to have a flat roof.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make it
Yeah.
look like the library.
I had no problem with the small height variance, couple feet over what they could get, plus I think it's still at 37. I think the library, top of the library roof's like 50 something, yeah. So I think it's in scale with the neighborhood. And this, I think, I think we're going to see this on other proposals. When you're setting back the upper floors, it really mitigates the massing
When it
that you're
gets off
trying to
of Estero
avoid with a
Boulevard, yeah,
height
I agree with you.
restriction. So
I agree with you.
I think that
Yeah.
architecturally is fine with me anyway.
Any other comments, John?
I'd like to say just, I think a plan to address the parking is
Critical.
very important. But I'd also like to say that it's incumbent on them to accommodate their customers. And if there isn't enough capacity, they will come to a solution to accommodate adding more customers. So I'm not sure that that's a place for heavy regulation or direction. Let me put it that way.
Now, they will succeed or fail based on
Yes,
how people get
that's
to
true.
their establishment.
That is
right?
true.
Exactly.
That's true. Okay. I think that we need to have an addition, other than the condition that Sarah so eloquently memorialized for us. I think we need to also have a condition that includes the landscape plan and the renderings
Why don't you make
as,
that motion?
because I'm just too tired.
Can I provide you the conditions that I heard through the conversations?
Yes.
Okay, so for condition number 2, it currently says the live-work units shall only be occupied by the owner or employees of the commercial establishment at Myerside. At no time shall the live-work units be used as an extension of the lodging units or as a part of the boutique hotel. And then added, tenants will need to demonstrate employment on the island.
Yes, on Fort,
Okay.
yes.
And then a new condition 7, that would be encouraging visitors and staff to arrive without an automobile, and if they need additional parking, that they will look at other options. And then condition number 8, new condition number 8, the final development must be consistent with the master concept plan, renderings, and landscape betterment plan attached to this ordinance. Generally consistent.
Yes.
Generally.
Okay.
We have.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, yes, please. With regards to the live-work condition, how it currently states, and as we presented, it's only for Myerside employees and owners. We believe that if that can't occur, then it could be other people living and working that
That's
want
what Sarah
work.
just
Did you-
clarified, yes. She included,
So maybe any other tenants will have to demonstrate employment on the island? Because, it
yes.
starts out by saying it will be employees or the owner, and then say any other tenants will have to demonstrate employment on the island?
yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All
I
right.
guess going the other way might make sense, though. If
Yeah.
you're going to work in the morning and coming back at
Okay, who has a motion for this? You want to take a stab at it, Jim?
Sure.
outstanding.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance number DC 120230246, rezoning the property at 125, 131 to 151 School Street and 2661, 2681 Estero Boulevard, with the original 6 conditions that the staff recommended, along with the 2 additional conditions that we have just discussed.
2 or 3?
3.
3.
Oh, just
It's 2 additional with the amendment to
Six
condition number 2.
original, 2 additional.
Yes. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
There's a second.
Okay, thank you, Don. Discussion on.
Can I clarify? So that is a recommendation to recommend to the town council that they approve
Correct.
Yes, and that you're finding that it is consistent and in compliance with the land development code with the conditions added to it.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there discussion on the motion? I'm going to discuss something. I'm just going to tell you this, Beverly. I came in here today not really sure how I felt about this. I remember the first renderings I saw and I went, "Jeez." And it was really overpowering. But quite honestly, the work that your team did with the design of this project minimizes that impact dramatically. And though I have concerns about the parking, I really do. I mean, I think about, my store at Santini Plaza where they've got an abundance of parking. It will end up being about 4,000 square feet. And at any given time, I will have 5 or 6 employees there, all with cars. I really have a concern about the parking, but like Don said, you'll live or die by that. I mean, because as a tenant, if I can't figure that out for myself, then how do I take that space, So, but I wish you very much good luck on this. Any other discussion? Your vote, Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. The vote carries unanimously. Congratulations. Okay, that's such a surprise for me. Wow, good luck to you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the administrative agenda, the policies and procedure update. We'll give you guys a minute to clear out. Yeah, to clear out, because I know you could, yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Man, I'm so surprised by that.
crowd.
All right, yeah, there's absolutely no one in the room but us and Jacob now. So that was, okay.
talk about
That
it
was a very good conversation. Thank you all. Next item on the agenda is a policies and procedures update. And I'll turn this over to Nancy, but Jane, did you see all the signatures on that? Bill Van Duzer, Carlton, Rifle.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, this is going to be short today.
That's so great.
So what you have in front of you is you have an old resolution from 2009, which sets forth what your policies and procedures are. And under your code, you are authorized and required, really, to have some procedures that you conduct your meetings with. They are outdated, to say the least. But they are also very, very detailed, and there's really no requirement to have them contain specific things. It's a very, very good, I would characterize it more as a manual. But there's good information in here. So according to the code, you can update this and amend it, but it needs to be done at a date, a scheduled date. So I wanted to go ahead and provide a copy to you today, ask that you schedule a date to discuss it as a group. And in preparation for that meeting, if you could give me a call or send me an email with any areas or changes that you would like, and then I can present to the entire group. The things that I worry about most is in these quasi-judicial proceedings that you have, there are property rights that are at risk, and so we proceed very carefully with those. And so just making sure that our procedures, that we kind of check all the boxes as we go through the hearing, which I think you have, and I really want to thank you all for that, and allowing me to jump in every once in a while as I do. The other type of matters that you handle are legislative, and those are more policy setting, policy development, as opposed to policy application, which is your quasi-judicial. So your procedures for those can be a little bit less formal, I guess is one way to say it. The crafting of the motions, Anita had asked me for a little guide or cheat sheet or whatever, and you saw that today.
And it helped, didn't it? Did it help?
It helps, and it helps in that if there's ever any question about what the LPA has done, it's specifically stated, and all the little buzzwords are hit. However, if we don't do that, we can generally piece it together from your discussion. So having that, I think, is good. I can massage it a little bit more, but we did want to give you something. Under Florida law, however, in quasi-judicial, if there is a denial or a recommendation for denial, you do need to state a reason, and it would be basically the fact that one of the criteria has not been met. That's important. So other than that, I think what we need to do on this is set a date to schedule it for a specific LPA meeting to discuss it. And as I mentioned, if you just want to feed me some comments, and I'll have my own as well, and then we can all discuss it at that date.
Okay.
Is this the attached MRF policies and procedures?
What?
You've got the marine resources.
We've got the MRF one
Oh
on
dear.
here.
Okay, well, we'll make I think I have a couple extra copies, but we'll definitely give you all
Just
a
email
copy
us.
before. I have.
So Nancy, if you can hold off for a second, let's go to, let's
We'll
go,
get
let's
Jason.
wait
Just as long as
until
they
we
can
get
email.
to the schedule for the agenda, and we'll talk about what day to schedule that for. So
Okay.
anything else on your list, Nancy?
No, other than you do have a draft resolution for the 3 variances that you did today. We're going to modify this a little bit more. Working through it today, it identified some things we need to add. but it will be consistent with your decision, and we'll have Anita sign that, and that will be part of the, well, it won't be part of the agenda. It's not going to the town council, so we're good.
Okay. LPA items and reports. John, do you have anything?
No, I have nothing.
How about you, Jim?
No, Amy, but could we have copies made now? Okay.
Thank you. Jane, anything?
I was just going to comment on the fact that our ethics paperwork needs to be in by July 15th or something like that, and it can only be done online. So if you didn't get that connection through Amy, make sure that you get that connection.
Amy, could you resend that out to everyone?
state.
I did not send it. The Ethics Commission sent it to
okay.
you, so maybe check in your spam
Oh,
box.
that's
but-
why I
yeah.
confirmed
Okay.
with you, because the address that it came from was not comfortable to me.
Any
And
idea when it came?
Right, it came
I
maybe
got
about
mine
a
a couple
week and a
weeks ago.
half ago, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And check in your spam box, and it should be everything this year as of July 1st or as of this year, rather. It's all electronic through the Ethics Commission, so.
Bless you.
And Don, if you have problems finding it, I'll help you. I can reach out to the Ethics
I
Commission
may
and have them
I
send
may have
it.
filed it back because I know they sent something before. so
Okay.
I think I sent
Doug, any items?
No, ma'am.
How about you, Don?
No, thank you.
The only thing I have is I just, there's been a lot of talk about the changes that we made to the comp plan. In fact, we haven't made officially any changes to the comp plan. But Sarah, will that come back to us after the state, or does it just go to the town council?
I think it's just the town council.
Just the town council. Can you let us know when that's going to be? When do you anticipate that? A long time.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that they've been taking about 60 days to respond. So then we have to advertise, I think, 30 days in advance of that hearing. So we're looking at fall.
The fall. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
And because it's an ordinance, I would think that it would only have to go to the town council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah, do you have any items? Maybe we should talk about,
This is the one
the
you
cottage is asking for a meeting. Here, pass these all the way down. The cottage is asking for an additional meeting at the end of the month. So, all these folks want to get in before the July break. And I get that, but what I don't know is whether or not you, Sarah, and your staff have the capacity for that. So this decision, in my mind, is up to you. I think, if maybe everybody looks at their calendars, the two second meetings that are being asked for, one is for the cottage and one is for the outrigger. The outrigger is asking for June 25th, and the cottage is asking for May 28th. Does anybody have any conflicts on those days?
I checked my calendar. I'm good.
Say the dates again, I'm sorry.
May 28, June 25. But then the real question is you, Sarah.
So I'm going to our schedule right now. And there we go.
I can make, but I won't be here physically.
Okay.
You'll be looking at me.
It's not the same.
You're going to have an Arizona backdrop again.
I may change it.
I really think you should use Wizard of Oz. I really do.
And make
Behind
sure
the
you
curtain.
take your motions with you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I can read them.
May.
Thanks.
So, Nancy, what are you thinking about that?
I'm thinking do we need to have two? Could you not consolidate them on one day?
That, if we moved up London Bay to May.
I mean,
Impossible. They won't be ready.
I mean, and
okay.
that's part of the
fine.
problem is they were asking
Yep,
for that
that
June
time.
meeting, and for one, I'm going to be out of town that week. I have school that week. I have to be out of
On
town.
the 11th.
But just to tell you guys, we have 31 cases in right now. Every single hearing, we have 5 to 6 cases. Prior to the storm, same number of staff. actually, at one point, we had more staff. If we had 3 cases, it was a big meeting.
Yeah.
So right now, we're handling an
enormous caseload.
way more cases than we have before. And we're really trying to move them forward. But quite honestly, adding a lot of meetings slows us down because for every meeting, I review everybody's staff reports. I review the resolutions, the documents. I make sure everything's in order. We have to write the blue sheets. I mean, I spend 2 days of the week that the agenda's due just reviewing documents. So I don't have any time to actually do the cases, and then I lose a whole day at hearings. So if we have a meeting every single week, I get 2 work days, which doesn't allow me to really do a review.
So let me ask you something. So the cottage is an issue. What if our June meeting was only the 25th? The problem is the outrigger is going to be a cumbersome event.
Yeah, big.
And
I can't swear that we'll be done by the 25th.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, they won't get the 25th.
So, I mean,
You're out of town that week anyway?
I'm
She's
out of town the week of the 11th.
which is our regularly.
Catch 'em.
I think I'm allergic to you all.
I hope so.
Wow. Okay. So, otherwise, the not the outrigger. The cottage, is the cottage ready?
The staff report's not done. I mean, it can go on the 11th, and then we can pre-write it to go on the 17th. It's only variances, so it only requires 1 town council hearing.
Okay,
So that can get done before, I mean, we'd have to make assumptions that these things would be approved, and then we would have to basically make changes at the meeting and let the town council know either the LPA recommended approval with these conditions or they recommended denial. So it would change what
But
the
then
LPA
automatically put it
recommendation
on
was.
their June 17th
We can just
meeting.
automatically put it on there.
Okay, well,
if-
that seems sensible.
Yeah.
So that takes away an additional May meeting for you. But now what about the additional June meeting for the outrigger?
We could propose to have it, but I can't promise that it will be done.
Okay.
I mean, just,
Well,
and then that's the same
honey,
thing
you
I
can
told
only
them
do
too.
what you can do. So, and that goes for them as well. So, so we're going to say tentatively we will have a meeting, but that depends on both sides being prepared. Okay.
So we're going to have the regularly scheduled meeting
On the 11th,
in May.
no more meetings in May.
Yeah.
June 11th.
June 11th.
June 11th.
Yep. And
And June 25th or no?
June 25th.
Okay.
And then the cottage, can you notify, well, I'm sure Patrick's probably still listening to this. The cottage will go to the June 11th meeting with the 17th being their council meeting. Yes?
And Jason, did you already let them know that they could do that? I mean, I thought that was,
We have not agreed to anything. This was just a tentative discussion. We will do our absolute best to make sure that we can turn around an 11th and a 17th for cottage.
seems,
So what's coming on the 28th?
It seems doable. Nothing. Take 28 away. So June will be the 11th and the 25th.
Right.
What's the matter?
No, I was confused, but I've got it, June the 11th and June the 25th.
Right.
So the 25th is going to be the
Outrigger.
council.
only if it can
Only if
be.
it's, only
I
if
mean,
it's prepared.
because also let's keep in mind that Arches has been in this process longer than Outrigger. We are still working with Arches. There really isn't a reason that Arches should be pushed behind Outrigger if it's ready to go. I mean, if we're trying to be fair to everybody, everybody needs to be moving forward at the point that they are in. I mean, And I don't know that it's appropriate for us to even say, well, Outrigger's different and special, they get a different meeting.
That's true.
So
That's
I
true.
wanted to ask Sarah, you mentioned you have 31 that are in the queue.
Yes.
Can you characterize those? Like how many are variances? Half of them are variances maybe? How many are rezonings? Maybe you dedicate a meeting just to do variances if those are easier to get through? No?
No, because we take them as they
come.
come. So we're trying not to bump anybody ahead, but we're
Right.
trying to process them as they come through
Right.
and not move anybody ahead of anybody else unless they're ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, so if we were to give somebody comments and they don't get back to us, well, they get back in line when they get back to us.
Yeah.
So,
It just seems that sometimes the variances might be a little bit easier. And if they're unanimous, then we don't have to deal with going to
Taking
the
it to
town
the
council.
we have 9 CPDs.
9 CPDs.
Yeah.
What are they? I mean, I'm curious because, of course, in my mind, it's Moss Marine, Outrigger, Neptune.
So we've got Arches, Outrigger, Cottages, because we'll still have 2 more meetings for that. Sandy Bottoms, 2 more meetings for that. Estero Island Beach Club.
Estero Island Beach Club is next door to Diamond Head.
Oh, there's one that doesn't have a name, but it's a. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's a property that is asking to build a new It's a new CPD or CPD to CPD, but completely changed on the north end of the island. Margaritaville Amendment. I don't know what this one is, and Neptune.
Okay. All right, so we're set for June.
That's only 8.
June
it?
2 meetings.
Oh, it's 8's better than 9.
I have another question for you all. So we're off in July. Is there any, does anybody have any scheduling conflicts? Our August meeting would be the 13th. Everybody going to be here? Or in Timbuktu. Just asking, not. Well, we value your participation so highly. That's the thing. You're welcome.
I told him he had to take his rules out of.
Yeah. LPA will be on the 13th of August.
We're waiting on a board. The only thing I would tell you is we're waiting on a board date. We're supposed to have a board meeting next week.
Okay. But everybody else will be here?
Oh, good.
And we'll have a new member by then? Okay. So,
I'm good.
anybody have anything else for community development reports? Nothing? We know what's happening next month. And anything else from anybody? Going once, going twice? I'll have a
Motion
meeting.
to adjourn.
Thank you, Jim.
Second.
We're adjourned at 1:10 p.m.
Thank you.
Everybody get a copy from Amy?
Did.
Okay, those are extras? Got it.